In this beginner-friendly deep dive, we will build a complete playable game you see on the screen right now, from start to finish. All these games were made in Unity. Maybe the next 2D game will be your very own project. But to make that happen, you need to master the modern game development tools. Let's break this down into individual techniques and make sure we really understand what we are doing and why we are doing that. The tips and tricks we cover in this class will be useful for almost every 2D game project you ever make. The game we are building today has many features. We will learn how to create waves of increasingly difficult enemies. At the same time, the player is gaining experience very fast, and every time we level up, we can choose from multiple different upgrades. We will implement a progression track for each weapon separately. The player will start weak, but as we level up our weapon of choice, we become unstoppable. We can focus on just one weapon and max it out as fast as possible and get the most powerful version, or we can have multiple weapons at the same time. In Vampire Survivors, all weapons auto-attack constantly, and the player's job is to move around enemies and avoid getting hit. Another key feature is that the player levels up rapidly throughout the game. As you defeat enemies, you gain levels, choose power-ups, and build the ultimate unstoppable character. We will learn how to implement sounds and music. We will cover game UI, including the pause screen, a simple animated menu, and in-game interfaces such as level up screen. We will learn how to export the final build of this game as a native Windows desktop app and as a WebGL project that you can publish online and share with friends. Speaking of which, a playable version of this game is linked in the description below. Feel free to give it a try and share your feedback. I'd love to create a follow-up class and implement some of your ideas. This course is beginner friendly, but I expect that you've already built at least one or two simple Unity projects before. You should know the basics, such as how to install Unity and so on. Everything else we'll learn together, step by step. If you'd like to see more projects like this, let me know by hitting the like button. Is there a game you've always wanted to remake? Is that game a crazy and creative sandbox RPG? Or maybe it's a roguelike action dungeon crawler? Or how about reverse bullet hell shoot 'em up? Oh wait, we are doing that one today. Let's go. I have a blank new project in Unity 6, but everything I will be doing can be done in any Unity version. I'm not using anything specific for this particular one. The only difference might be that some panels and some options might be in a slightly different place, but that's not a big deal. I assume you have done at least some small project in Unity before, and you understand that this is where we see our active scene and its game objects. This is our project folder with all its assets and important files. This is where we build the game scene, and if I select one of my game objects, I get more information about it here in the Inspector tab. Each game object has components. In this tab, we can press play and test our game. Let's start by creating the first game object. I right-click in this area and I select 2D object, tilemap rectangular. Tilemaps are used to build 2D game worlds out of small, rectangular-shaped images called tiles. Unity automatically creates this grid object, and inside we have a tilemap. I will call it background. The world will have multiple layers. This will be the layer all the way in the back, at the bottom, behind everything else. In Unity, if I select any game object in this area, Inspector tab here will show me details about that game object. You can see that this tilemap game object has multiple individual components. Transform component, tilemap component, and tilemap renderer component. Here in project folders, I go into assets, I right-click and select create and folder. I will call this folder art. I will leave links to all relevant art assets we will need today in the video description. I go to Open Game Art and I will download this pixel art tilemap. It comes in a zip format, so I unpack it. If you want to use any art for your own commercial projects, always make sure you read the license. I will use this terrain PNG file. I drag and drop it inside the art folder I just created. I click this little arrow and I can see that Unity already tried to slice the tilemap into individual frames, but it didn't do it well. So let's set it up ourselves. I select my image and I go to the Inspector tab. You can see that this grid in the game world, one cell in the grid is one unit. This tilemap we are using is 32 pixels per unit. This image is made out of multiple sprites, multiple frames. We are dealing with pixel art, so for every art asset we import into the project, we will set its filter mode to point, no filter, and we set compression to none. These settings are important if you want sharp pixel art and want to make sure your pixels are not blurry. I click Apply here. Here we defined that our image is made out of multiple sprites, so we need to open Sprite Editor to tell Unity how we want the image to be sliced. Up here I go to Slice. Type will be grid by cell size. I can just go by looking at the image and trying different values here, or I can check the page where I downloaded the tilemap from. There it's telling me that this tilemap is 32 × 32 pixels. Now I click Slice and Apply here, and Unity will generate frame for each tile. Each sprite has an auto-generated name, X and Y position, and width and height now. This is a great versatile tilemap. We have many different types of tileable terrain here. Dirt, grass, islands surrounded by water, holes and hills, and even lava lakes and lava islands. This tilemap is perfect for games with multiple distinct levels if that's what you want to build. Let's start simple. If I click this small arrow here, you can see that the tiles were sliced exactly as we need them. Perfect. We want to use these tiles as kind of a paintbrush, and we want to paint the game world layer by layer to create something interesting for players to discover and explore. To do that, I have to open another window. I go to Window, 2D Tile Palette. It will give me a pop-up like this, and I can dock this window wherever I want. I do it by grabbing it by this little bit, and I like to dock my tile palette here, but feel free to set up your Unity workspace based on your own preferences. This version of Unity I'm using has a few bugs. One of them is that I want to expand this top area, and to do that I have to grab this displaced line and drag it down like this. Don't worry about small things like this. Unity is usually pretty good at exporting your final game. These little UI bugs come and go with different versions. It's not a big deal. I'm in Assets and Art here. I click this little arrow to collapse the sliced sprites. I right-click, Create, Folder, and I call it Tiles. Here it says Drag Assets here to create a new tile palette. So I take my terrain file and I drag it in here. In the pop-up that appears, I select where on my computer I want to save tile palette asset files. I'm inside my project folder, inside Assets, Art, and I go inside Tiles, the folder we just created. I click Select Folder. Unity will generate asset file for each frame in the sprite sheet. This process turned the terrain image into a tile palette, which we can use to draw the game world tile by tile. The basic tool is a paintbrush. I select, let's say, this water tile, and I can draw water. I'm drawing on this tilemap game object. If we have multiple tile maps, we need to specify which one we want to draw on here. We also have a rectangular brush tool, which makes it easier to cover larger areas quickly. The final basic tool we have is Eraser, that allows us to delete what we painted, like this. If I select multiple tiles here, brush will get auto-selected, but I can also select Eraser at this point, and it will allow me to delete larger portions easily. Okay, so this is all you need to start drawing your game worlds. We will take advantage of all the tools here eventually as well, as we progress with the project. What will I draw? Maybe some ground? Actually, I will create a sandy island in the middle of the ocean. I select this simple sand tile, rectangular brush tool, and I drag it across to create my island. If you want to learn more, you might want to check out these two courses linked in the video description. Both explain how to build a similar game we are working on today, but they show how to implement different and interesting weapon types. This one is more focused on a mobile phone side of things, and it shows a different way how to spawn enemies than what we will cover today. It teaches advanced UI systems and much more. This one shows some other features that I didn't include. For example, enemies drop in experience crystals and coins you can spend on power-ups. If you have already done one or both of these courses, let me know in the comments. Maybe we want some diversity so we can mix these other sand tiles in there. If I select these three, rectangular brush, and I do this, we get a repeating pattern. I can break that repetition in multiple ways. One of the simplest ones would be to create a random brush here. Number of tiles will be 3. I confirm that and I get 3 slots for these 3 tiles. If I click here, I get a pop-up window and I find the first sand tile I want in my random brush. For me, it's tile number 356. Now I'm looking for this one, which is here, and the third one here. So now I have a random brush defined. I select the brush tool and any single tile here. As I draw, we are randomly drawing these 3 sand tiles. If I select the rectangular brush, it will repeat the same 3 tiles. So I want to do it with this basic brush tool selected. I just move it around to break any repeating patterns and make the sand completely random. I go back to default brush here and I want to create edges of my sand island. This corner here, side piece here. These shapes look like rectangles, but we can use them in combination with this and this to create any irregular shape that we might need. I will show you now. Bottom edge, bottom right corner here, right edge, all the way up, top right corner, and the top edge. I right click on my grid, 2D object, tilemap, rectangular. I will call it water. I will put it up because this will be the bottommost layer. Doing this doesn't actually affect how it layers in the scene. It's just to keep it tidy. I select this simple water tile, rectangular brush, and I drag it like this. This entire large area will be the ocean surrounding the island. Now the sandy island we drew on the background tilemap disappeared. Unless we specify draw order, Unity decides randomly what's in front and what's behind. We can define it by using something called sorting layers. These layers define the order in which game objects are drawn in a game scene. What's in front of what, basically. With water tilemap selected, inside tilemap renderer component, under additional settings, I find sorting layer and I click the drop down and add sorting layer. Sorting layers is what we are interested in right now. We will explore the other things here later in the class when we need them. I click this little plus and the layer all the way behind everything else will be called background. Plus another layer. On top of that will be a layer called objects. We will draw player, enemies, and so on here. In front of that we will have a foreground sorting layer. And that's enough for now. I select water tilemap here and it will be on the background sorting layer. This field is the order within that specific sorting layer. I leave it as 0 for water. Background tilemap will also sit on the background sorting layer, but order in layer will be 1 on top of water. Nice. Looking at my tile palette, we have these other island edges that have some nice white ocean wave details, so maybe I want to use these instead. Background tilemap selected here, but mainly selected here, to specify which tilemap we want to draw on, and I replace the top left corner. I can use rectangular brush to make this easier, and I draw the top edge like this. Top right corner, right edge with some nice wave details, bottom right corner, bottom edge, bottom left corner. Now my island in the middle of ocean looks even better. Notice that if I select these tiles and basic paintbrush, we are deleting the sand, so to draw some ground features, I need another tilemap. Right click on grid, 2D object, tilemap, rectangular. I will call it ground objects. In my tilemap, I select this small patch of grass. With ground object selected, I go to inspector and I set its sorting layer to background. Order in layer, water is 0, background is 1, ground objects will be 2. Now I can place some grass patches on my sandy island. On Game tab, I can see what my game will look like. I can even double-click on this small game label to make the preview full screen. And I double-click on it again to shrink it back to its original size. I go back to my tile palette window, and this drop-down is important because here we choose which one of the 3 tilemap objects we created we want to draw on. These are regular grass rectangles, but using a combination of tiles from this and this block, we can actually create any continuous irregular grass shape that we need. Let's start by taking a simple grass tile and roughly outline a random grass patch. Now I will create the edges and I will make sure they connect. Top edge grass tile here. Here we have a set of small corners. and large corners. Let's see how they mix and match together. When I do this, we have missing corners, and I can actually take this and put it here and this here. Top right corner here, right edge, bottom right corner here, inner corner here maybe, right edge all the way down here. Corner, bottom edge, bottom left edge. I'm sure you get the idea, so I will speed this bit up. I'm sure your grass patch is slightly different than mine, so let's finish it. I fix this corner to make sure it connects. I can also make this inner sand patch larger. I will connect them like this. We also have some small grass bits. Maybe I put one here, here, and here. And this larger patch of grass can be put here. We can also use this tool to flip the tile around its vertical axis to get some more diversity. Instead of using a simple grass tile, we can use these other grass tiles with special features. Some have just strands of grass, some have little flowers on them. I will spread them around randomly. We have some tiles with special water features, some waves, bubbles and rocks sticking out of water. I make sure water tile map is selected here, and I put some of these down. A bit more here, the other water patch, and some rocks. We have small rock and large rock available. Nice. Notice that these water features are on a blue water background, so that's why I can draw them directly onto the water layer. Here we draw some water lilies. These are on a transparent background, which means they would delete the water around them, so they need to be placed on a separate layer. I placed some starfish. I will place all of the non-interactable objects on ground objects tile map. Both objects that lay on the sand and on water, as long as these tiles have a transparent background. Here we can have some floating water lilies. Notice that some of these water lily tiles are split in half, so I can put two of them together like this. I think this tile connects to this one better. Bottom piece here and top piece that connects to it here. You can have a little play and decorate your island in any way you want. I will also create another ground patch, same as we did with the grass, but this time it will be this dirt. I will follow the same process. Middle tile to define some rough shape in this area. Then I use these edges, outer corners and inner corners, to turn it into a continuous irregular feature. I'm doing this on ground objects layer. This is a good exercise to get familiar with our tile map and to learn how these pieces fit together to create continuous shapes. We learned that tile map is a 2D grid made out of rectangular tiles of equal size. We can mix and match these tiles to create game worlds for players to discover and explore. Nice work! When you are happy with your game world, I will see you in the next lesson. Also, you can click the like if you're getting some value. I'm happy to make many game tutorials for you, but only if you let me know. If nobody cares about this content, I will just make these games for myself. So let me know if there's anyone who found some value in learning these techniques with me. Each of us is going to create a unique custom character, and we will use that as the player in our game. I go to this URL, link below the like button, as Skillup says. This awesome tool allows us to pick individual pieces made by different artists, and it will export a simple sprite sheet with the customized character. We can play individual animations here in this drop-down. Final sprite sheet will have all of these animations on it. This is just to check what they look like with the pieces we selected. For our project, we will use only standing and walking animations actually, but we will get much more in case we want to expand it later. We can choose from 6 body types here. I will go with male. I will give it a built-in shadow, like this. Feel free to explore all the options. There are many hidden secrets and unexpected customizations all around the place. I go to torso, vest, and I choose navy. Shirt, long sleeve, white, shoes, slippers, red, If I go back to no shoes, you can see that the second part of the URL actually contains the choices I made so that we can easily share our unique custom characters with other people by giving them this link. But the only issue here is that if I choose something and then select none, like I just did with the shoes, it still adds it here, but that's not necessary. It's just making the URL longer. I can delete this bit and my character will look the same. I will go to shoes, shoes, red. Legs, pants, pants, teal. Head coverings with overlay, thick headband, red. Hair, let's choose something fun, maybe half messy. Black, nice. Notice that if I scroll down from this animation row, the clothes doesn't appear. These advanced animations at the bottom work with only a very limited number of customizations. If you want these, you have to explore what works, what pieces you select here are compatible. But for our project today, we have more than enough up here. I add backpack, square pack, blue. I also give it blue straps. We have many working 4 directional animations. These 4 rows are spellcast. These next 4 rows are thrust. Then we get walk, which is the most important one for us today. We get more, and from here you can see that only the head bandana is compatible with the advanced rows. But we don't mind, we don't need them today. I can click here to make it larger. Jump, run, these don't work. But all of the ones on the top, including watering, hurt, slash, all of these work. Okay. I right click on this big sprite sheet and I click Save Image As. I name it player.png and I choose where on my local computer I want to save it. Make sure you read the license at the bottom. Also, if you want, you can share your unique character with us by sharing the URL in the comments section below, but it's better to only share the part after the slash with your unique customizations. We can easily type in the first part ourselves and it will not trigger YouTube's spam filter. It's really difficult now to leave links in comments of YouTube videos, so by just leaving the second part of the URL, you will be fine. So all we have to remember from this quick lesson is that sprite sheet is an image that consists of several smaller images. We call them sprites. We can use sprite sheets to animate characters and objects in 2D games by quickly jumping from frame to frame. Let's do it. Back in Unity, I go to Assets Art and I drag and drop my player sprite sheet inside. If I check the little arrow, you can see that Unity already did a pretty good job slicing these frames automatically, but I will make some adjustments. I expect your player character looks different. I hope you customize it to look unique, but if you use the same tool to create it, the frames are organized in the same way as mine, so we can slice it and animate it together. With the player image file selected, inside the inspector tab, I need to increase this max size field, because in case of this sprite sheet, its height is more than 2048 pixels, so we are losing quality and details. We need to make sure that the value here is larger than width or height of our image to make sure Unity is not scaling the sprite sheet down. This sprite sheet has frames 64 times 64 pixels. Pixels per unit will be 32 because these rectangles represent 1 unit and I want the player to cover 2 of these grid cells. Actually, let me first show you what happens if I put 64 here. This is pixel art, so we set filter mode to point no filter and compression to none. This sprite sheet is made out of multiple frames and I click apply. Now we can open Sprite Editor. Unity already sliced the frames for us. This is usable, but I prefer to set the slice myself. I know that the website we used generates sprite sheets with frames 64 times 64 pixels, and I can also easily try these values here to confirm that. If I didn't have that information, I can just see that 64 is right by looking at it. After I click Slice, Unity generated frame names and coordinates for each sprite, and notice that it discarded the empty area of the image. Perfect. There is one more very important thing here we have to do. We are building a 2D top-down game in style of Vampire Survivors, which means we have the player and enemies that have to layer in front and behind each other based on their vertical position. When the player is here, it needs to be in front of the enemy. When it moves here, it needs to be behind the enemy. So the sorting will be based on their vertical position, but that sorting point needs to be at the bottom, at their feet. So to achieve that in Unity is very simple, but we have to set pivot point for each sprite frame to be at its feet, at bottom. So I set pivot to bottom and I slice the entire thing again with this new setting. You can see this pivot point as a little circle. It moved from the middle to bottom center, which is exactly where we need it. We will deal with object sorting later, but it is important to set pivot point at this stage when we are slicing our sprites before we start animating the player. It would give us unnecessary headache to change the pivot point later. Important thing to note here, when building a top-down 2D game like this, we want to sort objects based on their vertical position. We need to set pivot point to bottom center when we are slicing the sprite sheets. We will do the same thing for enemy sprite sheets later. If you want, you can also clean up your frames. For example, I can select this and press delete, so Unity will not create a unique frame asset for this one because we will not need it. Also notice when we get down here, the hair and clothes I selected, the details are not compatible with advanced animations, so these frames are useless. I could delete them if I want, but I will just leave it as is. It doesn't really matter. I click apply here and I close the sprite editor. If I click this arrow, we have all the player frames sliced exactly to our specifications. I click here and I close my tile palette for now. With player sprite sheet expanded, I will choose the frame of player standing facing down towards the camera. For me, it's frame 15. It could be a different frame number for you. When I drag and drop it to the game scene, Unity automatically creates a game object. I need to have a scene tab open here, not game tab. With player selected here, inside the inspector tab, I go to sorting layer and in the drop-down I choose objects layer. I will put all enemies on the same layer as well, because we will be sorting everything on this layer based on its vertical position and pivot point. If I zoom in, you can see that the player is very small, and if I closely compare the pixel of the player and pixels of the grass tile map, we can see there is a mismatch. Tile map has frames 32 x 32 and player has frames 64 x 64, so player should be double of its current size to make it match with the game world. That's why I will set player to 32 pixels per unit here. I apply and player doubles in size. This is much better. If I select the player, we can use the move tool here to move the game object around the scene. There are also other tools here. We will use them later. If we go to game view, you might see these strange lines. It's normal with pixel art, and we will fix all of that as we progress with the projects. The first quick and easy fix could be simply to set aspect to full HD here. We will also use Unity Sprite Atlas a bit later to make sure our pixel art tile map doesn't tear at the edges of tiles. I right-click the player object and I select rename. I will call it player. I reset its transform to 0, 0, exactly in the middle. Inside Project Assets folder, I right-click, create folder. I will call it animations. 2D animations in Unity are very simple to implement. I go to Window, Animation, and I open the animation panel. I can grab it here and dock it wherever I want. I like to put my animation panel here. If I expand this, we can see that it says to begin animating player, create an animator and an animation clip. We can animate anything here, not only the player. Look how this word changes based on the game object I select here. I select the player and I click create. I go inside animations folder I just created and I will name this player_idle.anim. The name will now appear in the drop-down here. I go to Art, I expand the player and I explore the frames. For my idle animation, I will choose these two frames, 15 and 16. I hold Ctrl and I left-click on this frame and this frame. With both of these frames selected, I drag them onto the timeline in the animation window. Here we have an option to play the frames. It's animating very fast. I can go to Samples and set the animation speed. If you don't see Samples field, you can make it visible by clicking these three dots and ticking Show Sample Rate here. I set my sample rate to 20. Still too fast. I use the Move tool to move the player away from this gizmo icon so I can see it better. With player object selected, I play the animation again. 20 is still too fast. How about 2? Yes, this is much better. I can test it also by playing the game. I can double-click this little label to make the preview full screen. Nice, we have a player with idle animation. Well done. I exit the play mode. Back in the scene view, player object selected, and in the inspector tab, inside the animator component, I can see it added this player controller. I can double-click it to open it here. Or I can go to Assets, Animation folder to see the player animation controller here, and player idle animation here. If I double-click the controller, it opens Animator window. I can move these pieces around, and we will need the Animator window soon. All we have to understand now is that in Animation window, we define individual animations and their timelines. In Animator window, we have a simple state machine. Here we control how an object with multiple animations transitions between different animation states. It's time to create our first simple custom script. I create a new empty folder and I call it scripts. In Unity, we code in a programming language called C#. I will explain every line of code, what it does, and why we are doing it this way. In Unity 6, they changed how the pre-made script files are named. If I right-click here and select Create and I go to Scripting, you can see that now we have separate options for monobehavior script, scriptable object script, and empty C# script. I want to create a script that will be attached to player game object as a component. To do that, in Unity, I need to create monobehavior script. I will call it player controller. In this view, I can't see the full file name. I can use this slider to change the view. Notice that in the auto-generated script, the class was named exactly as the script file. So if you make a typo in the file name while you are creating it, that typo also needs to be fixed here inside the script in the class name. You can see that it created a custom player controller class that extends Unity's built-in monobehavior class. This monobehavior class allows us to attach this script file to a game object as a component. I do that by selecting the player here, and I can drag and drop the script file like this to add it as a component. I want to open the script in my code editor now. I can do it by double-clicking on the script file here or here. It should open in the default code editor. You can go to Edit, Preferences, and in External Tools, you can select which external script editor you want to use. I will be using Visual Studio Code as my preferred code editor. So I double-click the script file here, and inside the file, I can see that Unity auto-generated a custom class, named as the script file itself, player controller. This class extends monobehavior Unity class, and it has an empty start and update methods ready for us to be used. Monobehavior is the most important class in Unity that you will see over and over in every project. Now we have this player controller script attached to player game object as a component here. This allows us to do so many things. So we learned that monobehavior class provides the framework that allows you to attach your script to a game object. It also provides hooks into useful events such as start and update and many more. I want to move the player around using a keyboard. There are two different ways to do that. I can just use the script we created to check what inputs are being pressed, and I can modify transform position of the player based on the input values. In this game, I want the player to be a physics object that collides and interacts with enemies and other elements, such as solid world objects and boundaries. If I set up player movement by modifying its transform, it will bypass Unity's built-in physics system and we will have to write a lot of custom collision logic ourselves. But in Unity, we don't have to. We can use Unity's built-in physics system to handle all of that automatically with very little code. Let me show you. With player object selected, I scroll all the way down and I click Add Component button. I search for Rigid Body 2D. Make sure you choose the 2D version, not the other rigid body, which is used for 3D games. By adding this component, player is now a physics object and it's influenced by global gravity. For example, if I press play, the player will fall down, like this. We can fix it by changing body type to static here, but in this case we don't want to do that. For a 2D top-down game like Vampire Survivors, we want to set gravity scale to 0. We can also set global project gravity to 0, but maybe I want some weapons and some particles later to be affected by gravity in some way. So I will set gravity to 0 individually on the player like this and not globally for the whole project. So now, if I play, player no longer falls down. Perfect. Unity has two built-in input systems. In this class, we will use the simplest implementation of every technique first to get a complete playable game as fast as possible and have the simplest possible code that is easy to follow and understand for beginners. Once we are on the level where we can build games quickly, it's easy then to go back and upgrade your individual components and optimize them in any way you want. I go to Edit, Project Settings, and Input Manager. This is the standard, very simple system Unity has been using for a long time. If I open this drop-down, we have a block for horizontal and vertical movement. If I open horizontal, I can see that we can move left and right using the arrow keys, or A and D keys. Vertical movement happens by default by pressing down and up arrows, or S and W keys. It will also work with most controllers if you just plug them into your computer. You don't have to do any extra work. This input manager is already working in the background of the project. All we need to do is simply check for these input values in our script, and we move player around accordingly. Back in player controller script, we have a hook into the update event. Update is called once per frame. To declare a variable in C#, we have to define its data type. I want new variable that will be able to hold floating point number value. I will call that variable input x. It will be equal to input, which points back to the input manager package we just explored, and from there I call built-in getAxisRaw method. We have to pass it axis name, so I pass it horizontal like this. Raw means it will return a value that is not smoothed, which means this value will always be -1 or 0 or 1, and not any decimal values in between. -1 horizontally means user pressed left arrow key or A key on the keyboard. +1 means user pressed right arrow key or D. It will return 0 for horizontal axis if none of these keys are pressed. We do the same thing for vertical axis. Float input y is equal to input.getAxisRaw, and I pass it axis name vertical. This method will return -1 if down arrow or S key is pressed, +1 if up arrow or W key is pressed, 0 if none of these are pressed. In Unity, on vertical axis, plus means up, minus means down. Update method runs for every frame constantly, checking the input values and storing them in our custom input x and input y variables. I can delete this start method, we will not need it here. To make player move, I want to set the velocity value of rigid body 2D component that is attached to player based on input x and input y values. To do that, I need to be able to access this rigid body 2D component from this player controller script component from here. I define a public variable. Data type of that variable is rigid body 2D. This is not a common C# data type, but we are using Unity engine here, and Unity understands what rigid body 2D is. I will name that custom variable, for example, RB. I save my changes and I wait for Unity to process this. With player object selected inside player controller component, I have this new built-in public field called RB, and it is looking for rigid body 2D component. I don't really want this variable to be public, but if I set it as private, you will notice we can no longer access it from the editor here. It's gone. To keep a variable private, but to make it visible in the editor, I can use square brackets, and inside I say serialize field. Careful about capital and lowercase letters here. Doing this, I can keep the variable private, but still accessible and visible in Unity editor. If I save changes and I go back to player controller component, we see the field for rigid body 2D again, but this time it's a private field. It's safer and a good practice to set your variables and methods to private unless you need them to be accessed from other script files. In that case, you might have to leave them as public. Back in Unity, I need a reference to rigid body 2D component from my custom script so that we can set velocity on that rigid body based on user input, and that way we will move the player around. To do that, I need to drag this rigid body component into this field, or I can drag this entire player object into this field, and since this variable is looking for rigid body 2D type, it will find that on the player object automatically. We are inside this file, and we are using this variable to point to this component. I set linear velocity on rigid body component to some value here. If I set it to 1, I get an error. If I hover over the error, it tells me I can't convert this integer 1 into vector 2. Now I know that linear velocity expects value in vector 2 format. Vector 2 is a data type that represents a pair of numbers. It's a simple object that we can use to store two values. In this case, our vector 2 will have horizontal and vertical component, and we will use the combination of these values to set the vertical and horizontal force applied to the physics object to make it move. In this case, the player. We will be basically pushing the player in different directions. Let's say the horizontal component is +1 and vertical component is 0. +1 on horizontal axis will make the player move to the right. How about -1 horizontally to move to the left and +1 vertically to move to the right? You can see that the resultant direction of movement will be a combination of these two values. Let me know in the comments if this makes sense for you or if you need more explanations here. Either way, you can see that we wrote only very little code and it was enough to make the player move. We know that getAxisRaw will return -1, 0 or +1, so we can simply just put input x here and input y here, and this is literally all you need to do to set up simple keyboard controls in Unity. I'm now controlling the movement of my player. Not only that, but because we are moving the player by setting linear velocity of its rigid body component, Unity's built-in physics system will also now automatically register collisions for all the other physics interactions. This was easy. I will show you how to do all of that in a minute. I go to Edit, Project Settings and Input Manager. We have many other things here, but we just learned how to use horizontal and vertical motion. Here we can see the default keys that control the movement, and it will also already work for gamepads and joysticks. Unity is automatically handling all of that here. Notice that if I move diagonally, player is moving faster than if we move along a single axis. That's because player travels this distance in the same amount of time. If we want to make sure that player always travels at the same speed in any direction, which is something you have to do in 2D games like this every time, we have to normalize the vector. In some of my other classes, I actually write the code to normalize the vector manually and I explain all the logic behind it. But in Unity, we can just simply say .normalized to go from this to this. Easy. Another private variable I want to be visible in editor. Type will be float and variable name will be move speed. One more variable, this one will be public to make the value available for our directional weapon later, unless I change my mind before I get there. Type will be vector3, which is the same as vector2, but instead of 2 values, it has 3. Vector3 can be used for many things. For example, here in transform component, you can see position or rotation have x, y, and z components. We could use vector3 to set these values. We can also use vector2 to set value for a variable that is vector3, and in that case, the third component, for example, the z position, will be set to 0 automatically. Instead of setting linear velocity directly here, we will first calculate this value and save it in a separate variable, and only then we will extract the x and y component of that already normalized vector and we use that here. We will also multiply it times move speed because we want to have the ability to speed the player up or down by changing this move speed value. Update method runs once per frame, but the number of frames can be different on old slow computer and on a new powerful machine. Some computers and devices can handle more FPS than others, and this would cause the player to move across the island faster or slower depending on that frame rate. When making games, we want everything to be timed based on milliseconds, never based on frame rate, to make sure all the processes in our game happen at the same speed regardless of the device and regardless of FPS. For that reason, I could multiply move speed times time.delta time. I would also have to multiply the horizontal component by that same delta time value. Delta time is the number of seconds that passed between this animation frame and the previous animation frame. And by accounting for that, here in this way, we make sure that slower computers move by larger chunks and it unifies the movement speed based on time, not based on frame rate. This is a good solution, but one thing here we have to remember, that is specific for Unity is how the physics updates are calculated. We are doing calculations that interact with the physics engine because we are setting linear velocity of rigid body component. Update method runs based on frame rate, but physics updates in Unity happen on a fixed rate. Anything to do with physics should be done inside another built-in method called fixed update. Fixed update method is synchronized with the physics engine updates, so we put all the physics calculations in there. In Unity, by default, fixed update and physics calculations are set to 0.02 seconds, which is 50 calls per second. This rate can be changed in the project settings, but we will leave it at default. I save my changes and I wait for Unity to process that. I enter the play mode. If I try to move now, I can't because move speed is 0. If I set move speed to 10, player will be zooming around very fast. Notice that if I exit play mode, move speed will be set back to 0. In Unity, you have to be careful about this. Most changes that you make when play mode is active will not save. You have to make these changes after we exit the play mode. I set move speed to 2. This seems more reasonable. We learned that fixed update method and physics calculations in Unity happen every 0.02 seconds, 50 calls per second by default. When I exit the play mode, move speed is still set to 2. We use fixed update for anything related to physics, like in this case where we are setting linear velocity of rigid body 2D component. The simplest way to get the camera follow the player in Unity is to set camera as the child object, like this. When I play, moving the player around also moves the transform of its child objects. It might work for some simple project, but in our case, we will destroy the player in some cases and we still want the camera to work. If the camera is attached to the player like this, while the player gets destroyed, both player and camera are destroyed. I undo that delete and I exit play mode. We put camera back here, disconnecting it from the player. We will make camera follow the player in a very simple way still. I go to Window, Package Manager. If you are using a different version of Unity, Package Manager might be somewhere else, but every version of Unity has it. This applies for everything. Some menus and buttons I'm using might be in a slightly different place, but this project will work in any version of Unity. Here we see packages that are automatically installed in our project by default. I can go here to Unity Registry and I search for Cinemachine. I install it. I close Package Manager and I can add Cinemachine by right-clicking here and finding it in the new context menu down here. Or, alternatively, I can go up here to Game Object menu and I find it here. In Unity 6, they changed how they present these options. I'm looking for the simplest 2D follow camera. I think it's this one here, Targeted Cameras 2D Camera. We can see that it requires a tracking target, so I drag player game object inside tracking target field. Now I can move around and Cinemachine follows. It has a nice dynamic delay that can be customized. I can change the lens value to see larger or smaller part of the game world. Notice that changes I make while in play mode do not save, and when I exit the play mode, they reset. Play mode is for testing and playing with values. If we actually want to change the values, we do it when we are not in play mode. I set transform on player to 0, 0. In scene view, I can go to this drop down and I can make all the icons smaller. This white rectangle represents what the game camera can see. That will be the visible area while in play mode here on the game tab. Cinemachine has many other settings like look ahead or dead zones, but we will move on now. This simple and easy implementation is more than enough for the needs of our game. If you don't want to use Cinemachine and you have another preferred way to implement simple follow camera, you can do that here. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to affect anything as we progress further with the project. We just need the simplest follow camera implementation here. I want to animate the player walking in 4 directions. I will do it inside this animation window. You can open it by going to Window, Animation, Animation. With player object selected here, inside animation window, in this drop-down, I can see the idle animation we created earlier. In my project folders inside Assets Animations, I can see that file here. The other file is Animation Controller. If I open that, it will show me the entire state machine for the player inside Animator window. Here we set up individual animations. Here we control how the object, in this case player, transitions between different animation states. Okay, so we understand what these panels do. We already used them to create a simple idle animation. Player selected, and I click here to create new clip. Inside Assets Animations project folder, I create a new .anim file I call player walk right. I save it, and now we are inside that file. I go to Assets Art, and I expand my player sprite sheet. If you used the same sprite sheet generator tool I used for this one, our frame numbers should match. If not, just find the frames with walk in right animation loop. For me, this frame is just a simple right facing idle. If you look at the legs of the player, they are close together. It will not match the rest of the loop. So I skip this one, and I will take this as a starting frame, and I hold Shift key on my keyboard, and I click on the last frame in the sequence. It will select all the frames in between. In case of sprite sheets generated by this tool we used, walk right animation sequence has 8 frames. With player walk right here, I drag and drop all 8 frames on the timeline. I can test it by pressing play here. It's way too fast, so I try only 5 samples. If you don't see samples field, you can make it visible here, show sample rate. I think 8 is a good sample rate for me. Feel free to experiment and use your own values for this. I click here, create new clip, player walk up. In my sprite sheet, this is just idle up frame, so I go from this one. I hold Shift and I click the last frame. All 8 frames are selected, and I drag and drop them on animation timeline for player walk up animation sequence. They will only be visible if player object is selected here. I will do 8 samples here as well. Create new clip, player walk left, frames 71 to 78 for me. Drag them over. Too fast. 8 samples. That's done. Create new clip, player walk down. I select walk down frames and drag them over. They will only be visible if player object is selected here. If I go to Assets Animation and I open Player Controller, in Animator window I can see it created a state for each of these 4 new animations. In play mode, we are always in player idle animation state. In Animator, I can right-click, for example, this state and set it as layer default state. Now, when I play the game, player is always walking up. We want to use Animator panel to switch player between all these states. I right-click idle and set it as default state. Highlight these 4 auto-generated states and I will actually delete them. I want to have only one state for walk-in. Right-click, create state, and from new blend tree, Inspector tab, and I will rename the blend tree to player_walk. I double-click and you can see we entered that blend tree and we are 1 layer deeper. I select this other blend tree and I rename it to walk. Blend trees smoothly blend multiple animations. In this case, I want this blend tree to automatically decide if it should animate player walking up, down, left, or right, based on what inputs are being pressed on the keyboard. I go to Parameters tab here, I click plus, and I want to create float. I call it move X. I create another float, move Y. In a minute, I will simply connect these parameters to values coming from horizontal and vertical keyboard inputs. I select my walk blend tree, and blend type will be 2D simple directional. This will allow me to set 2 parameters, move X here, move Y here. I click here, Add motion field. I'm inside Assets, Animations, and I want a blend tree to decide which one of these animations to play, based on the current value of move X and move Y. Let's start with player walk down. I set X to -1 and Y to 0. Plus again, add motion field. I can use this slider to change the view, make the full file names visible. I will drag and drop player walk up in this slot. I set it to 1 and 0. Actually, I want walk down animation to play when horizontal input is 0 and vertical input is -1. In Unity, -1 on the vertical axis means we are moving down. Moving up is 0 horizontal, +1 vertical. Plus, add motion field. Player walk right is 1 horizontal and 0 vertical. Finally, player walk left will be -1 horizontal and 0 vertical. If I select the player and then this walk blend tree, I get this little preview as well. Blend tree will now decide based on the value inside move X and move Y, and going by the rules we defined here, which one of these 4 animations will play. We will connect them soon to input X and input Y. Notice these are getting values from getAxisRaw and can be only -1, 0 or +1, no decimal points and in-between values. But here, even if we feed the blend tree decimal values, it will still decide which state is the closest to the value we need, and it will play that animation. This is enough for a simple introduction to blend trees. You can already do so much with this basic implementation. We learned that blend trees smoothly blend multiple animations, and we saw behind the scenes how they actually do it. To be able to connect move X and move Y parameters to input values, I need access from this custom player controller script component to this animator component. Notice both of these components sit on the same object, on the player. You will do something like this very often in Unity. So how do we access component from a custom script while the script and the component sit on the same game object? We are already doing it with rigid body component, so let's do the same thing with animator. I use serialize field because I want this to be private but visible in Unity Inspector. Type is animator. Unity Engine understands this type, and I will call this variable, for example, animator with lowercase a. I want to set input X and input Y to the same values as move X and move Y. As we press directional keys and move the player around, our blend tree will automatically switch between these 4 animation states. After I get input values here, I take my custom animator variable that points to animator component that controls my blend tree. I call built-in setFloat method. I named the float parameter moveX, and I want to set it to the value of input X. That float moveX parameter is this one, and we connected it to our blend tree here, like this. I hope it makes sense. I do the same thing for move Y, connecting it to input Y from line 15. And that's it. I like how quickly we can develop our games in Unity. I'm showing you the simplest implementations possible. Once you understand how to build a game from the simplest building blocks, you can expand every aspect of your game and customize it however you want. I save my changes, I enter play mode, and I get an error. I exit play mode, and I see I forgot to link animator component to my script. I drag animator component into this field like this. Or I can even drag the entire player object, because this field knows it's looking for animator and it will find it on that object automatically. Now if I play, we are still not animating. I go to animator tab while we are in play mode, and I go 1 layer up to the base layer to see what's happening. We can see that player is in idle state and idle animation is playing. If I set player walk as the default state, then all 4 walking animations work. Awesome. Now we know that to finish this, we need some logic that will switch between idle and walking state. I stop play mode, and you can notice that some changes persist when we make them in play mode. Setting default animation state is one of them, so I set player idle to be the default state again. like this. I want a parameter that will switch between true or false, depending on if the player is moving or if it's standing still. New parameter, but this time it's not float, it will be a boolean. I call it moving. It can be true or false. I right-click player idle and make transition. I drag the transition arrow over player walk state. If I click that transition arrow, inside the inspector tab, I click plus to define a condition. When I want the transition from idle to walk to happen. When moving is true. We are using pixel art, so I don't want any exit time. I want instant snappy transitions. I expand settings block and transition duration will be 0. I right-click player walk, make transition, and I want to go from walk back to idle when moving is false, like this. I untick has exit time, transition duration 0. Now I have to switch moving between true and false from inside player controller script, and that's it. Player move direction takes horizontal and vertical inputs. It's vector 2. I can say if player move direction is vector2.0, meaning the player is not moving, you can see that I'm implicitly converting vector 3 to vector 2 here. The third value, z, is set to 0 as the result of this. Actually, I will change this to vector 3 to match this. If we define only two components of vector 3, the third one, in this case the z-axis, will default to 0. X here, Y here, and Z is 0 because we are not setting that value. If X, Y, and Z component of our vector 3 is 0, we know that the player is not moving. I take animator from line 6, I call built-in setBool method, and I set moving parameter, which we defined. Here, we want to set it to false. Else, if the player is moving, we set moving to true. If input X and input Y are 0, moving is false. Else, moving is true. And we know that moving parameter will trigger these transitions. And move X and move Y will tell our blend tree which walking animation to play. Click the like if you are getting any value. Well done on getting this far. Hope you're having fun. Player can walk all the way here into the water. What if I want the edges of the island to be invisible boundaries that the player can't cross? Our player is just walking around, so water will be a solid, impassable obstacle in this game. There are many ways to achieve this. One of the simplest ways would be to right-click on my grid here and go to 2D object tilemap rectangular. I call it boundaries. We need to make sure it's parented under the main grid object here. Window 2D tile palette. We did this before to draw water, background, and ground objects tile maps. I make sure boundaries tile map is selected here, and most importantly here. This time I will grab this simple black tile, basic paintbrush tool here, and I draw. I can see boundaries tile map is behind the other tile maps, so I can't see what I'm drawing. I press Ctrl Z, or I go to Edit, Undo here. Boundaries game object selected here, Inspector tab. For now I set sorting layer to foreground on top of everything else. Tile palette, black tile, and filled box tool. I want a boundary from this corner of the island all the way to this corner. Just one tile thick is enough. Top boundary, left boundary, and bottom boundary. Whatever I paint black on boundaries layer will be a solid obstacle that the player object collides with and cannot move through. To implement these collisions now is very simple. Boundaries object selected here, Inspector tab, Add component, and I search for Tilemap Collider 2D. Now it will collide with everything else that also has a collider, so I select the player, Add component, and let's try Capsule Collider 2D. I zoom in. I can click this button to edit the size of the collider. I make it more narrow, like this. I can switch it to horizontal here. Maybe just this area will register collisions. Yes. Enter play mode. and let's walk up to the boundary. Nice, collision triggers, but what's this? Why is the player rotating? Oh, I will ignore this screen position error for now because I'm not entirely sure why it's showing up. I will try to figure out why it's occasionally showing up for me as I progress with the project. I suspect it's related to Cinemachine settings. Anyway, to prevent the player from spinning when it collides with something, we can simply go to its rigid body 2D component, and under constraints, I freeze rotation around the Z-axis. Easy. I wonder if this error is related to my newly released Unity 6 version or the new updated Cinemachine version. There are some changes in Cinemachine. I need to check my settings. I think my camera settings are fine. If I missed something small, I will get back to this. Now, if I play and I walk up, we get a collision. Player is trapped inside the island and can't walk over water anymore. Perfect. Boundaries selected here, Inspector tab, and Sorting layer will be background, Order in layer -1, behind the water. We don't want to see the black tiles, we just want them to be there to trigger collisions with player and use them to set boundaries of the island. I play, boundaries are invisible, but they still do the work we need them to do, and they are triggering collisions, preventing the player from leaving the island. Awesome! I go to Spriter's resource website, and here under Pokemon Customs I will find some fun sprite sheets to use as enemies. I will link some in the description down below. These can only be used for our educational purposes while we are learning how to make games. There are lots of sprite sheets available here. I will find one that I like, that fits the island and the middle of the ocean theme. I recommend you use completely different art assets that you have. We will need something with just a simple flying animation. If I open this one made by Josh R691, I can see he makes some top quality pixel art. I can just filter his work if I want to use multiple ones with matching art style. I choose one that I like and I click download this sheet. I will name it monster1.png. Make sure you give Josh credit if you're using his art and leave some comments to let him know which ones are your favorites. Don't use these sprite sheets for any kind of commercial projects. This is just for learning purposes. I love the way Josh draws pixel art, and animations he makes are also very creative. I'm not entirely sure why he exports his sprite sheets with a colored background, but for us it creates a problem now. I need to open the image in graphics editor first, and I need to adjust it. I'm using Photoshop, but any good image editor is fine. If you don't want to be editing your sprite sheets, or you don't have access to any software that can do this, I will leave some alternative sprite sheets for Monster One that are fully compatible with our project. You can download them in the video description, and you don't have to follow this quick Photoshop step. I click this little lock to unlock the image to make sure I can edit it. Magic Wand tool, and I switch anti-alias off. In case it's on. We don't want anti-aliasing. I set tolerance to 10. I click the colored background with Magic Wand tool and I press delete. Rectangular marquee tool, and I select all of this and I delete. Also this part. We want the sprite sheet to be as simple as possible. This will make slicing in Unity much simpler and quicker. I also remove any text, because with Unity Auto Slice feature, each of these letters would be turned into a separate sprite. I go to Image, Trim, and we trim based on transparent pixels. Okay, so we removed the colored background, and we simplified the sprite sheet as much as possible. Animating this edited sprite sheet in Unity is quick and easy now. Back in Unity, I go to Assets Art, and I drag and drop monster1.png sprite sheet. Sprite mode is multiple, pixels per unit will be 32. Filter mode, point no filter, and compression set to none. I click Apply, open Sprite Editor. Unity already did automatic slice for me and it's good. We can use this. The only thing we need to change is the pivot point. Same as with the player, we want the pivot to be bottom. Let's do sprite sorting now so you can see exactly why we do this. I click Slice, pivot is bottom center now on all frames. Good. I click Apply and I close the sprite editor. I click the little arrow to expand the frames. I take this frame and I drag and drop it into the scene. With Monster1 game object selected here, I set sort in layer to objects. I rename it to Enemy1. Player sprite has a built-in shadow, but enemy doesn't have one. In the resources section below, you can download shadow PNG image. I drop it here inside my art folder. With shadow image selected, inside the inspector tab, I set sprite mode to single. This one has only one frame. Pixels per unit will be 32. Filter mode, point, no filter. And compression, none. I click apply. I can't really drag and drop this. I have to expand it and I drop this into my game scene. Unity automatically creates a game object called shadow. With that object selected, inside inspector, I set sort in layer to objects and order in layer will be -1. I can drag the shadow over Enemy1 to attach them together. Shadow is now nested inside enemy, so if I select Enemy1 and move tool, I move enemy around and shadow is moving around with it. I select shadow and I reset its transform to 0, 0. Now I can move it down along the vertical axis just a little bit. Enemy1 selected and I set sprite sort point to pivot. I go to player and I also set sprite sort point to pivot. Earlier in the class, when slicing player sprite sheet, we already set pivot point to bottom center there. So now, player and enemy have a pivot point in bottom center of their sprite frames. We will use these pivot points to sort them along the vertical axis to determine when the enemy is drawn in front of the player and when it should be drawn behind. I go to Edit, Project Settings, and under Graphics, I can see my render pipeline. In my case, it's Universal Render Pipeline. If I click this, it will take me to Assets Settings folder, where this file sits. Right next to it, I have a file called Renderer2D. Inspector tab, under General, we have Transparency Sort Mode drop-down. If I play now, before doing anything, you can see that Unity is deciding kind of randomly if the player or the enemy are drawn in front or behind each other. It doesn't make any visual sense. For a 2D game like this, we want to set Transparency Sort Mode to Custom Axis, and we put 1 here, to sort by the vertical y-axis. Remember, we placed pivot points to the bottom center, so now the vertical position of that point will decide the sort order. The object that is lower will be drawn in front of the object that is higher. Now the player is behind the enemy. I go down a bit. Now the player is in front of the enemy. Perfect. This is exactly what we need. This setting can now sort all our enemies and other game objects in this way, even if we put hundreds of enemies on the screen at the same time. So to set up a draw order and make sure objects correctly appear in front and behind each other in a 2D top-down game like this, we first have to slice all relevant sprite sheets and set their pivot to bottom center. Then we have to set sprite sort point to that pivot that we positioned to their feet, and then we set transparency sort mode to custom axis inside Renderer2D in settings. Well done! If you have any questions, let me know in the comments. Here is my sample scene that contains all the other game objects. I save changes, I go to scenes, and the scene file is here. I right-click and rename. I call it game. You can see that the name changed up here as well. We will add another game scene later and we will learn how to transition between scenes. But now I have my Enemy1 game object here. It has a sprite renderer component, and here I can flip the enemy vertically, and I can also flip it horizontally, which will be very useful for us. Move tool. If the enemy is to the left of the player, I want the sprite sheet to be flipped, like this, so that it faces towards the player. When it's here, we will disable the flip to make it face this way. I go to Scripts, Create, Folder. I call the folder enemy. Inside, right-click, create monobehavior script, because I want this script to be added as a component on enemy game object. I will call that script simply enemy. This script will be shared for all enemy types. Here we will define behavior that all enemies will have. I wait for Unity to process this. I select enemy1 game object and I add this new enemy script as a component. I open the script. We will not need start method here. So from this script, I want to access this sprite renderer component, and I want to disable and enable flip X based on the relative position between enemy and player. We already learned how to access component from a script. We did that with rigid body on the player, so let's do it here again. I want this variable to be private, but visible in Unity editor. So serialize field, private, type will be sprite renderer, and I name that variable, for example, sprite renderer with a lowercase s. Save my changes, back to Unity, and enemy1 game object selected here. I have this new field on my enemy script that expects a reference to sprite renderer component. I drag this directly in here. I could also drag the entire enemy1 object in here and it would find the sprite renderer component it's looking for. Same result. I also need to be able to access players' position from inside enemy script to compare their positions and decide if the sprite renderer should flip the sprite sheet or not. I could get access to players' transform component only, but going ahead we will need many things on the player to be accessible from different places all around the codebase, so I will do something else instead. On player game object, I have my player controller script here. I could access only this transform to get player's position. But instead, I will create the simplest implementation of singleton here. All this means that I'm making the entire player controller and all its public variables and methods accessible from other scripts in our project. I do that by saying public static player controller, and I call it instance with a capital I. By saying static here, I'm saying there can only be one copy of this variable. And by making it public, I allow other scripts to point towards it. Unity has a built-in start method, but before that there is another method called awake. Code we put here will run before any code inside start method. Inside awake, I make instance equal to this entire class. It will already work like this, but just as a failsafe, I want to make sure we don't have any duplicate, which could happen when we are, for example, switching object between scenes and so on. I say if instance from line 5 is not null, there already is an instance, and that instance is not this, destroy this. Else, this is the instance. Don't worry about this part too much. It will make more sense later because we will use this a few more times in this project for other things as well. There are more advanced implementations, but for our little game, this is more than enough. So we have this public instance. We can use it to access player game object from anywhere in the game. Let me show you how to use it. Inside enemy script, I want to access position of the player, these values. I access them by saying player controller dot instance with a capital I dot transform dot position dot x. If player's position on the horizontal x-axis is more than position of this enemy, meaning if player is to the right of the enemy, I want to take this sprite renderer component, which is on enemy1 here, and I want to flip X. Sprite renderer dot flip X is true. Else, meaning that the player is to the left of the enemy, flip X will be false. As someone who wrote all this logic before from scratch in JavaScript many times, I sometimes really appreciate how easy Unity makes everything, and we can move on and focus on actually designing our game. Because if I press play now, it's working already. That's all we have to do. The enemy is always aware of player's position, and it is watching our every step as we walk around it. I hope it's making it a bit easier for beginners to follow, showing you each of these techniques one by one, step by step. If anything doesn't make sense, let me know by leaving a comment. I leave a comment here. This code block handles enemies facing the player. In this code block, we will write some logic to make the enemy move towards the player. We are using Unity's built-in physics system, so I will make enemies into physics objects, same as we did with the player. With enemy 1 selected here, Inspector tab and add component. I search for rigid body 2D. We have been through this, so we know that if I enter play mode, now enemy will fall down. We fix that by setting gravity scale to 0. Now the enemy stays in place, but it doesn't react to the player yet. I can just walk through it. We have to do one more thing. We have to give it a collider. Enemy selected, add component. You can do circle collider, or let's try a capsule collider. I can click here to edit the collider geometry. Capsule collider has a direction. I want the capsule to be horizontal to better match the shape of the enemy. Move tool, and let's put it here over the grass so I can see the collider lines better. Edit collider gives us 4 small handles. Maybe this will be the collision area. A bit lower. If you remember, we put the same capsule collider on the player as well. I'm placing the colliders on the bottom part only because it will make player and enemies layer better. I want things to be able to walk behind the upper part of the player without triggering collisions. Enter play mode. Both player and enemy have colliders, so they will interact. Nice. Exit play mode. Enemy 1 selected. I want to freeze Z rotation. Play mode again. I can now push the enemy around. Enemy also collides with island boundaries. We will disable that particular collision later. Now that enemy is a physics object with rigid body 2D component, we know from before that if we move it around by setting linear velocity value on its rigid body, it will work in harmony with Unity's built-in physics system, and all collisions and interactions will be handled automatically by the engine, without us having to write much custom code. I need access from enemy script to its rigid body 2D component to do that. Same as we did with sprite renderer component on line 5, I just create another private variable. Type is rigid body 2D and custom variable name, for example, RB. I save changes, wait for Unity to process this. Enemy 1 selected here. On enemy script component, we can see this new RB field. Let's drag it in like this. So now we have enemy's rigid body component here on line 6. I create a private helper variable, vector3 direction. It will work in the same way like we did player move direction here. This direction will contain horizontal and vertical value that will make the enemy move. We know that position is in vector3 format. It has x, y, and z components. So to calculate direction of the enemy and make it move towards the player, I can simply take playerController.instance.transform.position minus transform position of the enemy. All these are in vector3 format. In Unity, we can do operations between vectors in this way. Direction of the enemy is the current position of the player minus the current position of the enemy. We need to normalize this resulting vector. I will not go into mathematic explanations in this class. All we have to understand here is that we use normalize to make sure the enemy moves towards the player in a consistent speed. Just for comparison, to calculate player movement direction, we defined it here on line 11. We update it based on what inputs are being pressed, and then we set linear velocity of rigid body to actually move the player object. So the same thing here. We define direction on line 7. In this case, enemy's direction depends on the relative position between player and enemy, and once we have that value, again we take rigid body from line 6 and we set its linear velocity, which will accept vector2, and we pass it the horizontal component and we pass it the vertical component. We calculate it on line 19, like this. I save changes, I enter play mode, and the enemy is chasing us around, and it will turn towards us if we walk behind it. Right now, the enemy is moving in a set speed, but maybe I want different enemy types to move at different speeds, so we create a helper property, private float move speed. And we factor that speed in, here in this final calculation. We explained before that fixed update method runs 50 times per second, unless we go to Unity project settings and change that. It's a good practice to put all the code that interacts with physics inside fixed update. I might as well put all this code inside fixed update. We don't need to calculate this flip logic more often than that. By doing this, the enemies will move at the same speed on all devices. I save changes, back in Unity, I set enemy speed to let's say 0.5. I enter the play mode. Nice work. Hope you're having fun learning some useful techniques and improving your game development skills. All these things are fundamental building blocks you can reuse for all your 2D games. Let's animate the enemy. Window, animation, animation. I already have that panel open here from before. We used it to animate the player. I expand this, enemy 1 selected here. I go to Assets, Animations, and I click Create here. I will call it, for example, enemy1_fly. I'm inside Assets, Animations folder, and I save. I go to Assets, Art, and I find my Monster 1 sprite sheet. Little arrow to see the frames. If you are using sprite sheets from the same site, some of them don't come in a sequence when they are auto-sliced by Unity. We have to do a little bit of manual shuffling around sometimes. It's easy. I inspect the frames and I try to make sense of it. Usually there's 2 or 3 separate animations, so now I want just a simple flying sequence. I think this is the first frame. I hold Shift key down and I click the last frame here. It will select all the frames in between, and if I'm lucky enough, these actually create a continuous animation in this order. If not, I will have to reshuffle them. I need to make sure I have animation timeline for enemy 1 fly open here, and I drag and drop these frames. I press play to see if the animation works. Slower, maybe 8 samples. This actually works already. All the frames match and create a nice seamless loop. Sometimes you will get a wrong frame here and the frames will be out of order. If that happens and the animation doesn't look right, you have to take these individual frames, delete them or move them around, or take another frame that's missing and add it here. You can see that Unity makes all these things quick and easy. I really like how fast we are able to prototype games and get something playable. When you are good at this and you can do it from the top of your head rather than following my tutorial, you can have a lot of fun and test some of your unique game mechanics and game concepts fast. I exit play mode. We created one enemy, but Unity has a quick and convenient way to save, multiply and reuse fully configured game objects like this enemy we just created. I go to Assets and I create a new folder called Prefabs. Inside, I create a subfolder called Enemies. To create a prefab, I take my enemy1 game object and I drag and drop it in here. Now I can delete this enemy from the scene. We have it as a prefab with all its scripts and its animations. I can drag multiple enemies out like this now. If I enter play mode, they flip if they need to face the player, they move towards the player, and they all play their fly animations. We learned that prefabs are a special type of asset that allows fully configured game objects like this enemy to be saved in the project for reuse. These assets can be shared between scenes and between other projects without having to be configured again. Let's have a look at island boundaries and how they interact with enemies. I select Boundaries tilemap and I set its sorting layer temporarily to foreground. I select enemy1 move tool and I drag the enemy outside of the boundaries. We know the enemy will want to move towards the player, so what happens if it hits the island boundary? I will temporarily drag my game view here so that I can play and control the game, and at the same time I can look at my game scene where I'm more zoomed out and I see more details. I enter the play mode. As expected, enemies get stuck at the boundary because they have a capsule collider component and the boundary has a tilemap collider, so of course they interact. The problem is that for our game, this doesn't make any sense. Player is trapped on the island, but there is no reason for a flying enemy to get stuck at the beach. Enemy should be able to ignore that boundary as if it wasn't there, but still I want the enemy to interact with other enemies and the player and some other solid game objects we will add later. So how do we choose which colliders interact with each other and which get ignored? In Unity, we do that using layers. With any of the enemies selected, inside the inspector, I go to this layer drop-down. We have some default layers here that Unity always creates, and we can also add a custom layer. Don't confuse these layers with sorting layers. Sorting layers are a separate thing. I create a custom layer called, for example, Boundaries. I create another layer for player and another layer for enemies. We could also create a separate layer for flying and for ground enemies here, maybe later. I will keep it simple for now. Now I want to assign these custom layers to specific game objects and associate them together. Boundaries tilemap will be on boundaries layer. Player is associated with player layer. Now I want to make change to all these enemies, so instead of setting the layer on all of them individually, I go to Assets, Prefabs, Enemies, and I set the layer to enemies just on this enemy 1 prefab. Enemy has a child object for the shadow, so here I say yes, do it for the shadow as well. Now I go to Edit, Project Settings. Here we have this useful tool called Layer Collision Matrix. In here we can disable and enable physics interactions between each individual layer. I don't want enemies to collide with island boundaries. I want that particular collision to be disabled. Unity will help you find the right checkbox with this little tooltip. Here this one is the boundaries and enemies intersection. I will untick it, close this, and let's enter play mode again. Enemies on the left ignore the island boundary now, but if I walk towards it with the player and boundary still collide. Perfect. I will drag these enemies further away. Boundaries tilemap. I set sort in layer back to background. Order in layer -1. Now it's hidden. I dock my game view back here. Enemy has a collider and player also has a collider. Let's write some code that will run when these two colliders interact. Inside enemy script, here outside fixed update, I define a built-in method called onCollisionState2D. This method will fire when a collider on another object is touching this object's collider. It has one parameter of collision2D type. This contains some data associated with the collision. I will call it simply collision. So this is the parameter's type. This is the custom variable name I'm giving to that parameter. We will check if the object this enemy collided with has a player tag. Collision that happened, its associated game object, compare tag method. Now we are checking if the tag is player. If it is, for now, we will just destroy this enemy game object. Okay, I save that. Back in Unity, I select enemy game object or any other game object, and up here we can see we already have some pre-made tags that Unity creates by default. I can also click down here on Add Tag. There are no custom tags yet. I can click this plus and a new tag name will be enemy. I save that. I select player game object here. It's untagged now. And if I open this drop-down, I can see those pre-made default tags and also the enemy tag I just created. I will give player this pre-made player tag. If your Unity version doesn't have it, you can just create it the same way we created enemy tag. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Enemies, and on the enemy prefab, I give it enemy tag. We don't need this enemy tag now, we will need it a bit later when we give player weapons. Anyway, back to enemy script. onCollisionState2D method fires every time enemy collider interacts with another collider in our game. It will check if the collider it interacted with has a tag of player. If so, enemy will get destroyed. In scene view, I drop a few more enemies all around the player to test if our code works. One more here, and one more here. When enemy collider hits the player collider, the enemy gets destroyed. Perfect. We learned how to handle collisions between game objects. This is something you will probably use in every game you make. When I play the game, I'm not sure if you can see it on the video, but the world occasionally tears at the seams where the tiles connect. There are many ways to fix this and optimize it. The quickest way, and a good way to start, is to add our terrain tile map into a sprite atlas. In Assets, Art, I right-click, Create 2D Sprite Atlas. Sprite Atlas is an asset that consolidates several textures that could come from multiple image files into a single combined texture. Unity can call this single texture to issue a single draw call. In a project with many textures, multiple draw calls can become resource intensive and can negatively impact performance of your project. So improving performance is the main purpose of Sprite Atlas. As a side effect, it can also prevent world created from tiles from tearing at the edges. I will call it Atlas 1. With my new Sprite Atlas asset selected, inside the inspector, I set compression to none, because we are working with pixel art. Under Objects for Packing, I click plus, and I select this terrain file that we are using to draw the game world. I click Pack Preview. You can see Unity reorganized it in an interesting way. What happens if I untick Tight Packing? Okay, that didn't do much. Anyway, just this simple action of creating Sprite Atlas might be enough to completely prevent visual issues with the tiles. If I get any more issues as we progress with the project, we will get back to this. Let's clean up here. I create an empty game object and I will call it Managers. I put it up top and I put Global Light 2D inside. I put main camera in and also Cinemachine. Doing this makes our scene a bit cleaner and easier to navigate. When enemy gets destroyed, it just pops out of existence. We could also give it some animation. You can explore itch.io website. They have a lot of pixel art. A lot of it is free as well. For example, this pixel art effect package. I will link it below. Always check the license and credit authors of the art you are using. If this art pack is no longer available, I will leave some alternative link in the video description. This pack has 3 pixelated effects we can use in our game. You can click here to explore more pixel art from this artist. I click Download Now. Here I can pay some money if I want to support the artist, or this particular asset pack is also available completely for free. I just have to click No Thanks, take me to the downloads. Here I just click Download to get all 3 effects in a zip folder. Feel free to use different effects, you don't have to use the same art I'm using here. Inside Assets Art, I right click, Create Folder, and I will call it Effects. I unzip the asset pack on my computer and I will use the first smoke effect. I will take all its 5 frames, which in this case come as 5 separate images, and I drag and drop them into my effects folder. I can select all of them at the same time, and on all of them I set sprite mode to single. Pixels per unit is 16. It might be different if you're using a different art asset here. Filter point no filter, and compression set to none. I click Apply. I grab, for example, this first frame, and I create a game object from it. Move tool, here it is. I rename it to Effect 1. Sorting layer will be Objects. Animation window, I already have it open. You can also open it from Window, Animation, Animation. With Effect 1 selected inside Animation window, I make sure it says to begin animating Effect 1 here, and I click Create. I navigate to Assets Animations, and I will simply call it Effect 1 Anim. I make sure I'm inside Effect 1 animation timeline here, and I drop all 5 frames in. I set samples to 5. Maybe that's a bit too slow. How about 7? Yeah, this seems good. If I go to Assets Animations, if I click this one, the Animator controller, it opens the Animator tab. We don't really need to do anything here. The other file that was generated for Effect 1 is this animation clip. I go to Inspector and I disable loop time. I want the dust cloud effect to play only once. If I play the game, it will play and it will stay stuck on the last frame. I'm still getting this screen position error occasionally. I will ignore it for now. I'm not sure what's causing it yet. It's a bit distracting. Are you getting the same error as well, or is it just me? Let me know in the comments, please. I need to solve this. I go to Assets, Scripts, and I right-click. Create folder. I will call it Utils. Here we will write some simple helper utility scripts. The script I want to write now is going to sit on Effect 1 object, and we will connect it to its animator component. We will check when the last frame in the sequence was played, and then we will make the object self-destroy. I right-click, Create, Scripting, Monobehavior Script. I will call it animated object destroy. I use this slider to make sure I see the full file name. The file name and this class name should match. I select effect1 here and I attach animated object destroy script as a custom component. We need access to this animator component from inside this script component. We already know how to do that. I open the script. I delete start method, we don't need it. Serialize field to make this private field visible in Unity Inspector. Type is animator, variable name lowercase animator, for example. Inside update method, I call destroy on this game object that this script is attached to, after a delay of 2 seconds. Actually, I need to call this only once, not for each frame, so I put this inside start method instead. That's better. Save changes, back in Unity. Animation should play once, and this effect1 object should self-destroy after 2 seconds. I enter play mode. 1, 2, destroyed. Nice. I get this error again. These objects are off-center. I reset their transforms to 0, 0. Okay, how about I set near clipping plane on Cinemachine to 1 and far clipping plane to 20. In this orthographic size settings, we can control the size of the area the game camera can see. I try 6. Okay, 4 is too close, 5, 6, 10 is too far. I will go with 6 for now. What if I set position control to follow? This error I'm getting is related to camera position somehow, but I'm not sure why I'm getting it and which one of these settings would help. I will get back to this later. Back to the dust cloud animation. With effect1 selected here, I drag animator component into this field that expects it. In my custom script, instead of destroying the game object after 2 seconds, I will take the animator and I will check if the animation played all its frames. Then I destroy it. We get that value by calling built-in getCurrentAnimatorStateInfo method. Layer index 0 and length. This method fetches the data from the current state in the animator, the animation that it is playing right now. We only have one animation here, and we want its length. As soon as we create an instance of animated object with this script attached to it, this script will check how long is the animation. We call destroy, we destroy this object, and as a delay, we pass it the length of the animation. I have attached it to my effect1 script, so as soon as the animation finishes playing, one loop only, it will destroy itself. In Assets Prefabs, I right-click, create folder. It will be called Effects. I drag effect1 inside, turning it into a prefab, same as we did with Enemy 1. I have this pre-configured game object that will play dust animation and then self-destroy, and I can duplicate it as many times as I need. If I play game, they all play once and disappear. Nice. I delete all these effect1 objects. So we have a prefab for this dust animation. How do I create a copy of it in code and place it in the world wherever I need it? Serialize field, private, type is game object, and I will call it, for example, destroy effect. Game object here because this variable will hold the pre-configured game object, the prefab we just created. Save changes. Back in Unity, I go to my enemy prefab and its enemy script, and I see this new field for destroy effect. I press this little lock to temporarily keep inspector window on this enemy object. I go to prefabs, effects, and I drag effect1 game object into this field on enemy prefab. I unlock the inspector. I want this dust cloud animation to play whenever enemy gets destroyed. We are destroying enemies when they collide with the player here, so when that happens, I want to create a copy of effect1 object at the position of enemy that was just destroyed. We can create an instance of prefab by using instantiate method. This method makes a copy of an object. I pass it 3 parameters. First is the game object we want to create, a copy of destroy effect prefab here. Second parameter is where in the game world we want to place it. I want to place it at the same position of this enemy that this enemy script is attached to. We also pass it rotation of the enemy. Enemy is not rotated, so the effect will not be rotated. Okay, so here we hold a reference for effect 1 prefab. I called it destroy effect. When enemy gets destroyed, we create a copy of that effect and we place it at wherever in the game scene the enemy was when it was destroyed. That new object will play dust cloud animation sequence, and it has this script attached to it that will automatically destroy the object as soon as it played all its animation frames. I save changes, back in Unity I play, and let's destroy a few enemies by walking into them. Awesome. This is one way how you can create an effect when destroying enemies. We are using sprite animation. Unity also has a robust built-in particle system, which we could have used here instead, but for this particular pixel art game, pixelated sprite sheets we are using might be more suitable. The explosions are a bit too low, too close to enemies' feet. I would like them to come closer to the middle of the enemy, vertically, a little bit up. I go to Assets, Art, Effects, and I select all 5 of these frames at the same time. I'm going to change Pivot to Custom, and vertically I will use a lower value here, which will move the animation up. Generate Physics Shape. I think I can untick this. It doesn't matter. Oh, I have to remember to click Apply to save my changes. Now if I play, you can see that the dust animation moved up and it's a bit closer to the center of the bird. So, we learned how to create duplicates of Effect 1 prefab. We have all of these enemies here. They are also duplicates of prefab that I dragged out and I duplicated them manually. What if I want to use the same technique with instantiate method to create an enemy spawner? Something like pick a random location somewhere in the game world and every 2 seconds spawn a new enemy. Or in other words, create a duplicate of our pre-configured enemy 1 game object prefab. I right-click here and create empty. I will name this game object enemy spawner. I go to Assets, Scripts, Enemy, and I create new monobehavior script called enemy spawner. I take enemy spawner script and I attach it to enemy spawner game object I created here. I reset the Z position to 0. With Move tool selected, I can drag the enemy spawner around. First, let's just make enemies spawn from wherever in the game scene we placed this enemy spawner object. It's very easy to implement, now that we know how to use instantiate method. We will basically repeat what we did here for destroy effect. We have our flying enemy bird as a prefab already. Here inside enemy spawner script, I need a reference to that enemy prefab. Public, game object, enemy prefab. I also need 2 helper variables, private float spawn timer and public float spawn interval. I will explain why I'm setting something as private and something as public later when it becomes relevant. I already have some kind of plan in my head. Spawn timer will always be counting up, accumulating delta time. We know that delta time is the number of seconds that passed between each call of update, between each animation frame. How long, how many seconds it takes our machine, our device, to serve 1 frame. Using delta time like this, we are simply counting real time. If spawn timer, as it's counting up and accumulating delta time values, if that value is more or equal to spawn interval, which I will set to 2 seconds soon, so every 2 seconds we reset spawn timer back to 0 so that it can count again towards the next enemy. And I call a custom method. I will call, for example, spawn enemy. I will define that function here. Just to remind ourselves, here we are doing something similar, and we are creating a duplicate of this prefab effect 1 game object after we created a reference for it up here. Same here, this is our prefab reference, and when we call spawn enemy, we call instantiate. Object we want to create a duplicate of will be this enemy prefab. This script is attached to enemy spawner object, so the copy of enemy will appear at the position of the enemy spawner object. Wherever in the game world I currently placed the enemy spawner object. and rotation will be the same as the spawner object, which is no rotation. I save changes. This is the enemy spawner object with the script we just wrote attached to it. You can see I placed it here in the game scene. I delete all these enemies. With enemy spawner selected here, I need to set spawn interval, maybe 1 second. If I play now, I get an error. I also have to assign enemy prefab field so that enemy spawner knows which enemy prefab we wanted to create a copy of. So far it's easy because we only have one enemy. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Enemies. I select enemy spawner and I drag and drop enemy 1 into enemy prefab field here. And this is how simple it is to create enemy spawning system in Unity. I go to my enemy 1 prefab and I set move speed to 1.5. I put enemy spawner here under managers to keep my main game scene clean. Nice, we are spawning a fast moving enemy every 1 second. I exit play mode. On enemy spawner, I set spawn interval to 2 seconds. I play. As you know, double click on this little game label will make the preview larger. We learned how to use instantiate method to create duplicates of pre-configured game objects, so-called prefabs. This skill will be useful for so many Unity game projects. We have a very simple basic enemy spawning system. Well done. Nice work. For the next step, we need to have more than one enemy. I go to, for example, this URL. Yeah, this will be fine. And I click download this sheet. I will grab one more, for example, this one. Again, download this sheet. I will rename them to Monster2 and Monster3. I open both files in my graphics editor. I'm using Photoshop for this. Feel free to use your own art. We need some flying enemies for this. I will leave some compatible alternative art assets for Monster 2 and Monster 3 in the resources section below if you don't have your own and you can't edit sprite sheets in a graphics editor. For both of these images, I will do following steps. I unlock the image so that it can be edited. I make sure anti-aliasing is off and tolerance is set to 0. Magic wand tool, and I select the background. And I delete it. We need transparent background, rectangular marquee tool. I delete all these bits that I don't need. I go to image, trim, and I trim based on transparent pixels. I OK that. I save changes to my file. I will follow the same steps for Monster 3 PNG file. We need to have transparent background, that's the main thing. If these sprite sheets were provided with a transparent background, I wouldn't have to do any editing here. I would just use them as they are. Back in Unity, I go to Assets, Art, and I drag and drop Monster 2 sprite sheet. Pixels per unit is 32, filter, point, and compression none, as usual. I click Apply, and I open Sprite Editor. Unity already sliced it, but I need to set pivot to bottom, and now I slice it again. Pivot point is now bottom center, perfect. I click Apply, I expand the frames, I drag one of the frames into the scene, and Unity will automatically create a game object for it. I go to Prefabs, Enemies. Basically, I want to create a prefab like this, so I will call it Enemy 2. With this selected, inspect the tab, sorting layer is Objects, I go to Assets, Art, Shadow, and I drag it into the scene. I will nest it under Enemy 2. Sorting layer will be Objects, Order in layer, -1. I reset transforms, and Y may be -0.1. I go to Animation panel. If you don't have it open, it's under Window, Animation, Animation. With Enemy 2 selected, inside Animation tab, I click Create. I go to Assets, Animations, and I will call it enemy2_fly.anim. I expand Monster 2 frames. Let's see. I think I need frames from 0 to 8 in my case. I make sure Enemy 2 is selected here, and I drag and drop all 8 frames into the timeline. This is too fast, maybe 8 samples. I will actually remove these frames. Let's see. Yeah, that looks good. I select enemy 2. Tag will be enemy. Layer will be enemies. Yes, change children to include the shadow. Sprite sort point, pivot. We are doing everything the same as we did for enemy 1. Add component, rigid body 2D, gravity scale 0, and freeze rotation Z. Add component, circle collider 2D. I edit collider geometry, maybe something like this. I go to assets, scripts. I select enemy 2 again, and I attach enemy script. It needs a reference to its own sprite renderer component so that we can flip it towards the player when needed. Also to its rigid body component to make it move towards the player. Move speed will be 1.5. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Effects. I select enemy 2 again. And here into this field, I called Destroy Effect. I drag Effect 1, the dust cloud. I play. Okay, yes, this is working. I select enemy spawner game object. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Enemies. I will drag enemy 2 in here to turn it into a prefab. I can delete enemy 2 from the scene. I select enemy spawner again, and instead of enemy 1, I will put enemy 2 prefab here. Okay, move tool. Enemies will spawn from wherever in the game world I place this object. Playtest, and yes, it's producing copies of enemy 2 prefab. Now we will just repeat the same process to create enemy 3. Okay, so we created enemy 2. I grab another sprite sheet and I call it monster 3. Feel free to use different sprite sheets that I'm using here. If you are using similar ones, I already showed you a process how I prepare my sprites. If you don't have any, I will provide some alternative monster 3 sprite sheet to download in the description below. I drag monster 3 PNG file into assets art. With that file selected, inspector tab, and I set pixels per unit to 32. Your sprite sheet might have a different value here if you are using a different source. Filter mode, point no filter, compression none, and apply. I open sprite editor, slice, pivot will be bottom, and slice here. I check if pivot point is bottom center, all good. I click apply. With my sprite sheet expanded, I drag one of the frames into the scene view. Unity will auto-generate a game object for it. With that new monster 3 object selected here, inside the inspector, I set sorting layer to objects, I set sprite sort point to pivot, animation tab. I rename this to enemy 3. With this selected, I go back to animation tab, making sure this says to begin animating enemy 3. I click create, I go to assets animations, and I will call this enemy 3 _ fly. If I select all the frames and I drop them on animation timeline, I slow it down by setting samples to 8. It gives me multiple animations. Maybe I just want a simple idle animation for now. I zoom out here by using a mouse wheel. I select all frames I dropped in here and I delete them. I have frames selected from number 8 to 19 and I drag and drop only these. Yes, this is a nice animation. I set samples to 5. Maybe you are using a different sprite sheet than me and you need to tweak the timeline a little bit to get the result you want. I delete my frames again. And I use frames 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, this is a very simple closing shell animation. I can go frame by frame here to see exactly what's happening. I can copy and paste the frames around and move them until I get what I want. In my case, I want the frames of the shell closing and then the same set of frames duplicated but going backwards, so the shell closes and then it opens again. This will be my animation loop. I expand my shadow art asset and I take this frame and I drag and drop it into the scene. I parent it to Animate 3, shadow selected, Inspector tab, sorting layer is objects, order in layer is -1, scale will be 2, 1. Position will be 0, -0.2. Nice. Enemy 3 selected, tag is enemy, layer is enemies. Yes, change children to include the shadow. Add component, rigid body 2D, gravity scale is 0, freeze rotation Z. Add component, circle collider, edit collider geometry, and I make it match the shape, but more towards the bottom because I want the enemies to layer behind each other a little bit. Now we can finally go to Assets, Scripts, Enemy, and I attach Enemy Script as a component on Enemy 3. I make sure it has reference to its own sprite renderer and to its rigid body. Move speed will be 2. I lock Inspector, I go to Assets, Prefabs, Effects, and I use Effect 1 as Destroy effect. I unlock Inspector, I go to Prefabs and Enemies, and I put Enemy 3 in here. There is also a faster way to create more enemies by simply duplicating this prefab, but then we have to fiddle around with animator controllers and images. In Unity, there's often multiple ways to achieve the same thing. Anyway, I'm getting an error saying my animator controller is not valid, but if I inspect it and I play, the animation is playing and all is good. This error doesn't make any sense, as far as I can tell. I go to Enemy Spawner and I put Enemy 3 inside Enemy Prefab field. I delete this enemy from the scene. I play. And Enemy Spawner is producing copies of this new enemy. All is working well. We have 3 enemy prefabs. I want to create a wave system where we can say, for example, spawn 20 copies of Enemy 1, then move on to Enemy 2 and spawn another 20 copies. Then move on to Enemy 3 and spawn 20 copies of Enemy 3. I open Enemy Spawner script. Let's put that logic there. I will do something I haven't done in this project yet. I create a property on Enemy Spawner. It will be public, but it will be a class I call Wave. For our purposes, think of a class as a blueprint to create something. Every time we call this class, it will produce a wave of enemies based on the logic we will write now inside the class, based on the blueprint inside the class. When we want a new wave, we will call a class again, and the blueprint inside will produce a new wave of enemies. All of these properties will be different for each wave, so they will be inside the wave class. For each wave of enemies, we want to define which enemy we are spawning and how often we are spawning it. I will comment this out for a while. Each wave will have its own enemies per wave property. It will be an integer. Another integer will count how many enemies we have already spawned in this wave. So this is our blueprint. Now I want a data structure where I can set up values for each enemy wave. Public list of objects of type wave, and I call it, for example, waves. Sometimes I get an error like this, which says namespace name could not be found. If we are using list, we need to make sure we have system.collections.generic up here. We will also have public integer wave number, which enemy wave is currently active. If I save changes and I wait for Unity to process this, enemy spawner selected here, I can see this new wave number, but I don't see my list of waves. I want to work with this class, with this blueprint inside Unity Inspector. To do that, I have to flag it as system.serializable. Now if I save, we have that list of waves here. List is empty, but if I click plus, it will create element 0. And if I expand this, you can see it used the wave class to create all the fields for me. This is going to be the first wave of enemies. Wave with an index of 0. You can see that spawn timer is missing because it's private, but we see enemy prefab, spawn interval, enemies per wave, and spawned enemy count. Actually, just so that we can see if it works, let's make this public. Now if I save, you will see spawn timer field appear here as well. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Enemies, and for the first wave, we will be spawning enemy 1. Spawn timer will be accumulating milliseconds, and it will go from 0 to 1 second, 1000 milliseconds, and every time it counts to 1, it creates 1 copy of enemy 1 prefab. We will do that 5 times. This wave will have 5 enemies. Spawned enemy count will be increasing, and when it reaches 5, we will move to the next wave. Notice that when I click plus here and I expand this, our list of waves will take wave class and use its blueprint to create fields for the second enemy wave. It duplicated values from the previous wave. I drag enemy 2 into the prefab field. Second wave will be spawning this other enemy. It will spawn 1 enemy every 1 second until it reaches 5 enemies. Then it will move on to another wave. Plus here, I expand this. I drag enemy 3 here, and again I can leave the same values. Spawn 1 enemy every 1 second until you reach 5. If I put this script side by side with our waves list, we see waves list here. This is wave number. You can see that every time we added new element to waves list, Unity took this wave class as a blueprint to create new fields for each wave. This is a very simple implementation, but even in this basic form, it's already very powerful. I want the same thing we had before, but instead of spawning just one enemy type over and over, I want our game to use the data we put here inside enemy waves and spawn enemies based on that. We are telling Unity how many waves we want, what enemy is in each wave, and how many enemies are in each wave. I uncomment this and let's adjust this code. These values like spawn interval were sitting on enemy spawner, but now I move them inside wave class, so I need to take them from there. Because depending on which enemy wave is currently active, different value will be accessed. Different version of the same variable will be accessed. We set spawn interval to 1 second on all 3 waves right now, but we will customize individual waves later. Each wave might have different values. Let's start with spawn timer. It sits in these 3 places because we have 3 waves right now. To specify which spawn timer I want to access, I say waves, this entire list, at index of an active wave. That's wave number, dot spawn timer. So we are accessing waves from line 14 at index of wave number from line 15, and from there we will access spawn timer. If wave number is 0, we access this one. If wave number is 1, we are accessing this one. If wave number is 2, we are accessing this one. I also need to access that same spawn timer value here. And here I want to do the same thing, but with spawn interval value that sits in these 3 places. And again, spawn timer here. So spawn timer is counting time. Every time timer reaches interval, we reset timer back to 0 so that it can count again towards the next enemy. And as we reset the timer, we spawn a new enemy. What enemy we will spawn will also depend on wave number. On which wave from these 3 is currently active. Enemy 1, enemy 2 or enemy 3. I save changes and let's see what happens. I play. I have enemy spawner selected here so that I can see my waves. I can see that spawn timer is counting from 0 to 1 second, spawns enemy and resets. If I go here and I set wave number to 1, we enter the next element in waves list and we are spawning enemy 2 every 1 second. And as you probably expect, if I put wave number 2, we enter the third wave and we are spawning enemy 3. Now I want this to happen automatically. I exit the play mode. I want spawned enemies to increase by 1 every time we spawn an enemy. When spawned enemies reaches enemies per wave, we increase wave number by 1, and as we just saw, that's all that needs to happen for our code to move on to the next wave. Each wave has its own spawned enemy count, here, here, and here. Depending on which wave is active, we will be checking that value. If spawned enemy count of active wave is more or equal than enemies per wave of that same active wave, we simply increase wave number by 1. We need to be increasing spawned enemy count by 1 every time we spawn an enemy. Save changes and play. With enemy spawner selected, I can see what's happening. I enter play mode. Wave number is 0, spawned enemies is increasing by 1, 4, 5, and wave number increased by 1. And we are spawning enemy 2, 4, 5, and wave number increases again by 1. And we are spawning enemy 3. And we get an error because waves doesn't have an element at index 3. We will create more waves later, but however many waves we have to decide what happens when the last wave has finished. We could, for example, endlessly repeat the last wave, or in this case, I will just start spawning enemies again from wave 1 all over again and repeat the whole cycle, but this time they will come a little bit faster. I say if wave number is more or equal than waves.count, I say count here because waves is a list. If it was an array, we would say waves.length. Because it's a list, we say waves.count. If we reached the last wave, we set wave number back to 0, so the whole cycle can start again. I save. In Unity, I set this to only 2 enemies per wave, here, here and here, so we can test it faster. I play wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, and now all 3 produce 1 enemy every 1 second like this. We don't want that. Notice that all 3 waves are active and that the issue is with spawned enemy count field. I exit play mode, back to enemy spawner script. Every time I spawn the last enemy in a wave and just before we leave and move on to the next wave, we set spawned enemy count back to 0. I save. I play. Wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 1 produces 2 enemies, wave 2 also 2 enemies, wave 3, wave 1, perfect. This is exactly what we want. Because of how we set up our code, by simply increasing and resetting wave number, we are cycling through our waves list. This is a powerful and extremely useful technique to know. It's also quite simple. You will see other classes and tutorials with more robust, complex wave system implementation. But I thought it's a good idea to build a full game with the simplest implementations possible, so that everyone can understand the code and follow along a little bit easier. If you want more complex systems in my next project, let me know in the comments. Every time we spawn a wave and we are done with it, just before we move on to the next wave, we set spawn interval for that wave to be 10% less than what it is currently. So the next time around we are spawning this wave, individual enemies come a little bit faster, creating a natural difficulty curve. We can't do this endlessly, so let's say keep reducing spawn interval, but only down to 0.3 seconds. Once we reach that after multiple cycles, we don't want to be reducing it anymore. These values can change later when we are tuning the balance of our game. We don't have to worry about specific values too much at this point. We just need to make sure our logic works. Okay, so every time we finish spawning a wave, if its spawn interval is more than 0.3, reduce it by 10%. I save and I play to test it. After we spawned a wave and it produced all its enemies, spawn interval is 0.9, so the next time around, when we reset the whole cycle and we are back to this wave, enemies will come a little bit faster. Next round, 0.9 is reduced by another 10% down to 0.8-ish. And these values will keep going down until they drop all the way to or below 0.3. And at that point, we are spawning an enemy every 0.3 seconds. Hopefully by that time the player will have advanced weapons to be able to deal with that. You can see that as the waves cycle from 1 to 3, spawn interval keeps decreasing. This was a bit more challenging lesson. Well done if you managed to get this far. You are probably getting some ideas how you could implement all these techniques for your own unique game in the future. Well, I have a lot more tips, tricks and techniques to show you in this class. Click the like if you are getting some value, or leave a comment and give me some feedback so I can improve for my next class. Once spawn interval falls below 0.3, it will not decrease anymore, and now enemies are coming very fast. Perfect. The way we set up our code, enemies spawn from wherever I place enemy spawner game object. If I take move tool and move it around, enemies start coming from there. Instead of coming from this single point, I want enemies to come from all sides randomly. I exit play mode, I open enemy spawner script again. Position of the game object to which this script is attached to is here. This is the object itself. Whenever we call spawn enemy, we duplicate enemy prefab and we place it at the position of game object this script is attached to. Currently, that's this position. I create a private method that returns vector2 because position needs to have at least 2 elements for x and y. Z component is optional here and will default to 0 if not defined. Instead of using this value here, I will call random spawn point function that returns vector2. And when we create an enemy, we place it at whatever position this function randomly generates. In here, we will write some logic to generate that position. Helper variable, type is vector2, and name is spawn point. Here, we will generate some values for spawn point and then we will return it. We know spawn point is vector2, so it has a horizontal x component. I will set it to 5, for example, and its vertical y component to 10. Or instead of hardcoding that, I could set x position to be a random value between -5 and +5. And vertical position as well. If you get underline under random.range, it means you are not importing the right namespaces. Random sits in Unity Engine namespace, so I need to make sure I'm using that here on line 1. Okay, so we are generating random x and y positions, and we are returning that vector2 spawn point. We are using that random position here when we spawn an enemy. I save changes and I wait for Unity to process this. I play. I keep play mode active, but I switch to scene view so I have a wider view. Our code is working, enemies are spawning in a random position. Ideally, I would like the enemies to spawn outside of this visible game area and only then come into view. I exit the play mode. I right-click enemy spawner and create empty. This object will be nested inside enemy spawner. I call it min-pos, minimum position. I create another one, and this one will be max-pos, maximum position. I select min position game object, move tool, and I put it somewhere around this area, near bottom left corner. Notice that this white rectangle is what the game camera can see, so I want the enemies to spawn outside the visible area. Maximum position, max pos, will also be outside the visible area, somewhere here, past the top right corner. Okay, so enemy spawner object, and inside we nested min position and max position objects. Position of these two objects, where we place them in the game world, will define an area where the enemies can spawn. Notice that position of game object is inside its transform component. Inside enemy spawner script, I define public variable, type is transform, and I name it, for example, min pos, minimum position, and another transform for max pos. We will use them to access and store position somewhere in the game world. Right now, we are defining a helper variable called spawn point. We are randomizing its x and y component, and we are returning it, placing it as position of new enemy every time we create one here on line 39. So instead of this simple random position, let's do something a bit more sophisticated. I start simple again. Horizontally, I want new enemy to spawn randomly between the horizontal position of min pos object and the horizontal position of max pos object. In the game world, min pos is horizontally here, max pos is here. So randomly, somewhere along this line. So that's for the horizontal component. But where will we place these enemies vertically? Well, if we are randomizing enemies horizontally along this line, I want 50% of them to come from the top and 50% of them to come from the bottom of the screen. In code, I can say if random range between 0 and 1 is more than 0.5, so this condition will be true in approximately 50% of cases. I put this line inside, and in 50% of cases, enemy will come from the bottom. In my case, that's defined by the vertical position of min-pos object, because if you remember, I placed it down here, so its vertical position is this. Else, in the other 50% of cases, for the other half of enemies, vertical spawn point location will be max position dot position dot y, vertical position of max pos object, which I strategically placed in this area. I still need to connect min-pos and max-pos variables with their associated game objects. Enemy spawner selected here, and I drag min-pos game object into this field. It's looking for its transform component. And I drag max-pos in here. Now that we have these positions, enemies are spawning horizontally between here, and vertically 50% spawned on the top and 50% on the bottom of the screen. These positions depend on where in the game world we placed min-pos and max-pos game objects, depending on their transform position. Okay, so we say randomize horizontally and vertically, do either top or bottom randomly. Then we pass that random position here, where we spawn an enemy. Let's also make enemies come from left and right side of the screen. I copy this, I nest it in like this. I have to be very careful about brackets when changing blocks of code like this. Even one misplaced bracket will break everything. In 50% of cases, randomize along the horizontal axis and split them between top and bottom. In other 50% of cases, else, we want to randomize them along the vertical axis and make half of that come from the left and the other half from the right side of the screen. I copy this. Vertical spawn point is random range between vertical position of min-pos game object and vertical position of max-pos game object. And from these, half of them will be horizontally on the left and the other half will be horizontally to the right. Now, random spawn point function will place enemies along the top and bottom edge of the screen and along the left and right edge. Each time we create an enemy, this code will position it somewhere based on the logic we just wrote. If I play, we can see that enemies are correctly coming from top, bottom, left and right of the screen. Perfect. I exit play mode. Enemy spawner selected. Let's do 10 copies of enemy 1 as the first wave, 10 copies of enemy 2, and 10 of enemy 3. I will drag game view down here so I can control my character walking around, and at the same time I can see the scene view that shows me the area outside the camera viewport. We placed min position here and max position here. Their positions combined define the sides from which the enemies spawn. Enemies spawn outside the visible game area and fly in. But if I move the player around, you can see the spawn boundaries defined by max position are here. Now in the game view, some enemies just pop into existence. Not ideal. If I walk all the way to the bottom left corner, and min position game object is in the camera view, enemies spawn from here, so the left and bottom edge are visible, and enemies pop into existence here. So how do we solve it? We need to make sure that min-pos and max-pos game objects or the entire enemy spawner object moves when the player moves, so that the enemies always spawn behind the edges of the visible area. Because we are using a non-linear camera motion, let's try to attach it to Cinemachine camera game object to match its motion. Quick and simple solution, and it will solve our problem. As the camera moves, enemy spawner will move with it when it's nested in like this, and enemies will always spawn outside the visible area. We created a simple but powerful enemy spawning system. This will be perfect and it covers all our needs for now. We have endlessly repeating 3 waves of enemies. You can add as many waves as you want by repeating the process we just did. But how about we make it even more interesting? How about the 4th wave will be a stronger enemy type, a boss? Let's do that now. I go to find another sprite sheet, just get some creature with a flying animation. I will provide some alternative art assets in the resources section below for you to download if you just want to follow along with me. I found some sprite sheet and I edited it in Photoshop the same way I edited all other enemy sprite sheets earlier in the class. Back in Unity, I go to Assets Art. I put game view back here. I call my image boss1.png and I drag and drop it here. I set pixels per unit to 32. Filter mode, point no filter. Compression none. I click apply. Because we have multiple here, we can open Sprite Editor and slice the frames. I change pivot to bottom and I slice again, deleting the existing frames Unity auto sliced for me. Quick check and I see pivot is set to bottom center. I click apply. I expand the frames and I drag one into the scene. I need to be in the Scene tab to be able to do that. Unity auto-generates a game object for it. With that object selected, I set sprite sort point to pivot and sorting layer to objects. I expand the shadow and I drag its single frame in the scene as well. I nest shadow under boss 1. Now, shadow's transform depends on boss's position, so I reset shadow to 0, 0 and move it vertically. Maybe minus 0.2. Sort in layer objects, order in layer -1. I set horizontal scale to 2 to stretch it like this. I select boss 1 game object, move tool, I put it here over the grass for more contrast. I want to make the boss larger. I try to scale it horizontally and vertically. Yeah, now it looks like a boss. Right-click, rename. I call it boss 1. I go to Window, Animation, Animation. I already have that panel open here. I make sure boss 1 is selected and I click Create. We already know how to do this. I go to Assets, Animations, called boss1_fly.anim, and I save. I see that animation here and I select these frames. Too fast. 8 samples. That's better. Nice. This is not the full animation. I don't think Unity sliced my sprites in order, so I need to really look at the frames and try to figure out how they follow in a sequence. Okay, I delete these frames. I take frames 15 to 19. Maybe this. And after that, I will put frames 1 to 4. Yes, this animation works really well. It might take a while sometime to set the animation up if the sliced frames are not in the correct order. Once you are happy with your boss creature and its flying animation, we need to turn it into a proper enemy. Boss 1 selected. Tag will be enemy. Layer will be enemies. Yes, change children. I take enemy script and I attach it as a component. The script needs a reference to sprite renderer. Rigid body 2D, so first I have to add it as a component. Gravity scale 0, freeze rotation Z, and I drag rigid body into the script slot. Move speed 0.5. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Effects. I select boss again and I drag Effect 1 Prefab into Destroy Effect field. Add component, Circle Collider 2D, edit collider geometry, and I make it around this size. I go to Assets, Prefabs, Enemies, and I drag Boss 1 game object inside. I will ignore this animator warning because our animation will work fine. I delete it from the scene. Enemy spawner game object, and I drag boss here to the first wave just to test it. Nice, we have bosses spawning. I exit play mode, enemy spawner, and I put enemy 1 back to the first wave. I click plus here, and this wave will have the boss. I drag boss 1 prefab here, and enemies per wave will be 1. I play, so we are on wave 1, and here we are spawning 1 enemy every 1 second until we reach 10, 7, 8, 9, and we move on to wave 2. Spawning enemy 2 every 1 second until we reach 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we move on to wave 3. You can of course change this value if you want them to spawn slower or faster, and this value if you want more enemies of this type in this wave. Once we reached 10, we enter wave 4, we spawn the boss, and immediately we go back to wave 1 again. But this time, those 10 enemies will spawn a little bit faster. The cycle continues. Well done, you know how to write logic and create simple systems in Unity. Boss being larger than regular enemies gives it a nice visual distinction that this enemy is tougher than the rest. What do we do next? At this point, we can simply destroy enemies by walking into them. I select my player object and I open player controller script. I create public variable for player max health and another one for player current health. Start method. And when player game object is created, we set player health to max health. All the way down, just before the closing bracket, I create a public function I call, for example, take damage. It will take a parameter, type will be float, and variable name, for example, damage. When player receives damage, we take player health and we reduce it by the amount of damage we received. I save changes. Back in Unity, with player selected, I set max health to 10, for example. When I play, player health should be automatically set to 10 as well. Yes, that worked. Every time player hits enemy, I want to call take damage method and I want to reduce player's health. I go to scripts and I open enemy script. Here we are handling collision between enemy and player. Currently we are just destroying the enemy and we are creating a copy of dust cloud effect from a prefab. Here I will also call take damage method that sits inside player controller script. We know we can access this script from all around the codebase by using our public static instance here. And on it we will find this take damage method we defined on line 49. So from enemy script we say player controller dot instance with capital I dot take damage. And we know that method expects a damage value that is being dealt to the player. For now, I can hardcode 1 damage here. Save changes. And if I play, I expect when enemies hit the player, they reduce player health by 1 before they get destroyed. Perfect. Our code is working as expected. Player health can't currently go into negative values. I exit play mode. Back in player controller script, I say if player health is less or equal to 0, take game object attached to player controller script and deactivate it. Set active false. When you set active to true or false with code, like we just did, it's the same thing as ticking and unticking this checkbox. Play mode. I set player health to 3 just for testing. When it reaches 0, player game object is deactivated. You can see it's grayed out now. Enemies are still spawning endlessly. They are trying to move to player's last position. I go to enemy script and this block that handles facing the player and moving towards the player, I will only run it if player is not deactivated. if player controller dot instance dot game object dot active self is true. I can also remove this part and it will still work the same. I move this block inside and I'm very careful about my brackets. Only if player is active, face the player and move towards the player. Else, take rigid body component of the enemy and set its linear velocity to 0. Save that. Back in Unity, I set player max health to 3. I enter play mode. I need to get hit by enemies. Where's player's health? Here. When health is less or equal to 0, player will get deactivated and enemies will stop moving towards it. But they are still animating their flying animation. This is nice. Back in scene view, I can see that more and more enemies are still spawning outside the visible area. I open enemy spawner script. I only want to run all this logic that handles enemy waves if player is active. So I can go here and copy this line. I paste it here, closing bracket here, and I indent this entire block. Only increase spawn timer and spawn enemies if player is active. Save that and play mode. Player has 3 health, 2 health, 1, 0. Player is deactivated. Enemies stop moving towards the player, and inside the scene view I can see that no new enemies are spawning anymore. Perfect. I want player's max health and current health to be visualized by a health bar. I right-click here, UI slider, and I rename this to health slider. If you never created UI elements in Unity, there is one strange thing. Unity creates a massive UI canvas. Most UI elements are only visible if they are nested inside a canvas. Unity created canvas for us automatically here, so I rename it to UI canvas. If I zoom out, you will see how large the canvas is. I can select some game object and press F key to focus it. The way this canvas works, it is much larger than the game area in scene view, but in game view, it will overlay the game and you see the slider is now correctly down here in the bottom left corner. I drag game view here for a while again, so we can see the scene and game at the same time. If I select the slider and move tool, I move it around and you will be able to see it moving in the game view. Unity creates a massive canvas, but in game view, it just overlays the game area. I'm not sure why it's this way, but this is how UI canvas works in Unity. We can keep canvas this large and work with it this way, or we can shrink it down. The difference in size is massive, as you can see. I have this slider, and let's say I want to stick it to a corner and stay there. With slider selected, I click this icon and I get Anchor Presets menu. You can see that I can hold down Shift to also set pivot or Alt key to also set position. So when I press and hold Alt, I can now stick the slider to the top left corner. Now it jumped here, and in game view, I double click this. I can see it's correctly aligned with the corner. I could make the canvas smaller by selecting it here, and I set render to screen space camera. It's asking for render camera, so I open managers here and I drag and drop main camera in here. Now if I select canvas and I press F, it will focus it, and I see that UI canvas shrank down to match the size of camera. It might be easier to work with it like this. The problem is that I can't see the slider anymore. It's complaining about one more thing, so I just tick this. This is not important. What's important is to set sorting layer to something in front of the other game object. I will click here and add layer. Not a standard layer, I want a sorting layer, so I open this and plus. Sorting layer drawn on top of everything else, in front of everything, will be called UI, for example. Now I can select canvas again and I set sorting layer to UI. If I select slider and move it around, still I can't see it, so let's look at our 2D scene in 3D from a side, from an angle. I can see that canvas is sitting all the way here along the Z-axis. If I select Cinemachine camera and I increase far clip plane, I still can't reach my canvas, which is here. Look what happens when I decrease plane distance. We are getting closer to the camera. I will actually set plane distance on UI canvas to 0. or actually 10. And now that canvas is between the camera and the game world on the Z-axis. Slider becomes visible again. So when you set render mode to screen space camera, you need to check all these things to make sure canvas is within the area where camera can actually see it. If you can see slider in game view, you are all good. I go back to 2D, I select some game object and I press F to focus it. Okay, we are here. So we shrank the canvas down to make it easier to work with in scene view, and we made sure our slider is actually visible while in game mode. Slider selected, move tool, and I put it somewhere here in the top left corner. I set position to 0, 0, width of 400 pixels, height 50. For now, I set horizontal position to 200, vertical to -50. Slider is made out of 3 pieces inside: background, fill, and handle. I set background to black color. I select handle and I delete it completely. If I select health slider and inside inspector tab here, I can change the value and now we can see the slider actually sliding. I want this inner fill area to be red, so I expand it and it has this fill object inside. In it, I can set the color. Okay, health slider selected. I set height to 100, X 250, Y -80, no, -70 is better, I think. Yeah, fill area selected. And I set all these to 0. Fill selected and I set these to 0. Actually, I set left to 5, top to 5, right and bottom 5 as well. This gives me a nice black border, so if health slider changes value, it will look like this. Play mode. Okay, so we created and customized our first UI element. I want to connect this slider to player's health now. In Assets Scripts, I right-click, Create, Scripting, Monobehavior Script. I will call it UI Controller. I select UI Canvas and I attach UI Controller script to it. This script will handle logic attached to our sliders, buttons, and menus. I open UI Controller script. This script will hold all kinds of useful functions, so let's make it available all around the codebase to make our lives a little bit easier. If you remember, here in Player Controller, we can access this script from anywhere through this public static instance. We will do exactly the same thing here with UI Controller. Public static UI Controller instance. I can literally just copy this block and I paste the entire awake method here. If instance is not null and at the same time instance is not this, destroy this, because there already is an instance of UI Controller. Else, if there is no UI Controller instance yet, set instance to this. I need reference to the slider, serialize field, private, type is slider. I will call it player health slider. My code editor automatically adds Unity Engine UI namespace. You can type this in yourself if it doesn't pop in automatically. I create a custom method I call update health slider. I set it as public so that we can call it from other scripts. Inside, we take player health slider and we set its max value to player max health from line 12 inside player controller script. I need to access it through public player controller instance from line 5. So back in UI controller, I say player controller .instance.player max health. I copy this, and this time, instead of max value, I set the current value to player controller.instance.player health. Whenever we call this method, it will check these values on player controller, and it will adjust health slider accordingly. We can call update health slider public method through public UI controller instance from line 6. Inside player controller script, whenever player takes damage, and we update player health, we call UI controller.instance.update health slider public method. Finally, I have to make sure this variable on UI controller actually points to health slider game object. So I save changes and back in Unity, UI canvas selected, UI controller script component, and I take health slider and I slot it here where it is expected. One more thing, we need to update health slider every time player health or player max health change values. So here, after we set this on line 24, we have to call UI controller instance update health slider as well. I save that, play game, and slider fills up. We have 3 lives. Every time we hit an enemy, we lose 1 life. When we run out of health, player will disappear. Perfect. Let's also display some text. I right-click UI Canvas, UI Text, Text Mesh Pro. Text Mesh Pro allows better control over text formatting and layout. When using it for the first time, we need to import TMP Essentials. I close this. I rename this to Health Text. F to focus it. And with Health Text selected, I find its text input component and some placeholder text that will say Health. Move tool, I move it over to Health slider. I size it exactly over the slider. Maybe I should nest it like this. Now, when slider moves, text moves with it. Yes. Now I need to update this text when health updates. I need another private variable. Type is TMP text. And we need to say using tmpro here to include the namespace. I call this variable health text. Every time slider updates, I update health text. I have to say .text to target this component here. And I want it to show the current health, plus slash symbol surrounded by spaces, plus maximum possible slider value. Okay, save that. And now, last thing to do is to point this reference to the text object. I select UI Canvas, and this health text field is waiting for it, so I drag it in. I play. Player has 3 out of 3 health, 2 out of 3, 1 out of 3, 0 out of 3. Nice. Let's get a custom font. I will use Unity Asset Store this time to show you different places where you can get your game assets. I will link this in the description below. I click Open in Unity and it gives me a pop-up. Open Unity Editor. This will trigger Package Manager. Here I can go to My Assets and I will see my font. I click Import to Project. That gives me this pop-up and I will just import everything. It says in project now. Now I go to Assets and I have to find the files. In this case, for me, it's in this folder. You would think it's this one, but when I go to create Text Mesh Pro font asset, SDF, I get an error. That's because I actually need this file inside Materials folder. With this TTF file, I go to Create Text Mesh Pro font asset SDF. That creates SDF font asset file, and if I select Health Text, scroll down to its text input component, and I drag this file into the font asset field, we are using the new font. I'm not sure why they make custom fonts relatively complicated. If you know an easier way to use a custom font in Unity, let me know in the comments. I increase font size to 50, and I play. Now we are displaying player health in a nice pixel art font. When player gets destroyed, it just disappears. Let's create game over screen and restart game button. I right click my UI canvas, I go to UI and panel. This creates panel UI object. I will call it game over panel. It covers the entire visible game area. Source image can be removed. I click it and press delete on my keyboard. I click color and get this pop-up. I select some bluish color. And this alpha slider will allow me to modify the opacity. I will go for 100, 100, 255 with 150 opacity. You can choose any color and any alpha you want here, it doesn't matter. Rectangle transform component, and I set some margins. 50, 150, 50, and 50. I can put game view back here. Okay, right click game over panel, UI, text, Text Mesh Pro. I will rename it to title. Text will say game over. I set vertical and horizontal alignment to center. I expand the text box to the sides, like so. I click auto size, which means the font will get as large as it can while fitting into the same container, and it will scale between auto size options we define here. In my case, between 18 and 72. I go to Assets, Thalia Pixel Font, Materials, I select Title again, and I scroll down here. I drag font asset file into this field. Nice. I set this to 40, 150, 190. Move tool, and I can drag only this arrow to move it up without messing up my horizontal position. Yes, this is fine. I right-click Game Over panel, UI Button, Text Mesh Pro. I want to create a button with some text. I will call it Restart Button. I open it up. It has a text inside, so I select it, and here I set the text to Restart. I select the button. Width will be 400 pixels. Height will be 100. I select this source image and I press delete. We don't want that. I created some simple pixelated UI blocks for buttons and panels. You can download them in the video description. I drag and drop the image into Assets Art. I called it Pixel UI. With the file selected, I increase max size. Compression none. Pixels per unit 32. And filter mode point no filter as usual. If I expand it, we have a cross, 2 different panels and 2 buttons. Unity already correctly auto-sliced it for me. If yours wasn't sliced in this way, you will have to open Sprite Editor and slice them here. With Restart Button selected, I take this image and I drag it into Source Image field. This gave me pixelated button outline. Great. I select the text and in Font Asset field, I select my custom font. It's this file in Materials folder in my case. I set font size to 50 and color will be white to match the button outline. Restart Button selected, Move tool, and I use this arrow to move it down just along the vertical axis. Game View, yes, this looks alright. I select Game Over panel, Alpha field for opacity. I will go with 220. What if I want to play a little animation when I click the Restart button? Back in Scene View, Restart Button selected, and inside its button component. I set Transition from default color tint to Animation, which will give me these extra fields. We can define a separate animation for different states this button can be in. Highlighted, pressed, selected, and disabled. I can click Auto Generate Animation. I go to Assets Animations and I will name the controller just Button because we will use it for all our buttons. Now if I go to Assets Animations, I can see we created this button animation controller, and if I double click it, it will open Animator window and it auto-generated separate animation for all 5 button states. I move Game Window here. Okay, I open animation window here. If I click this little arrow, I will see all 5 auto-generated animation files. Disabled, highlighted, normal, pressed, and selected. With Restart Button selected, I can see all the animations here. I select Highlighted. I click this button to enable keyframe recording mode. Now I move to the right along animation timeline, and I want the button to animate its width when highlighted. Maybe down to 380 pixels. I stop keyframe recording, and if I press play, button animates between 400 and 380 pixels width. Nice. At the same time, I want the text to animate. I select the text here, and in animation window, I still have highlighted animation selected. I enable keyframe recording, and in this place in the timeline, I set font size to 60. I stop recording again, and I play. Highlighted button animation will animate the width of the button itself and size of the button text. There is much more to this, and these button states follow in specific order. If I play, I can see the animation going. When I hover over the button, the animation keeps looping. I want it to play only once. I select the animation file here, Inspector tab, and I untick Loop Time checkbox. I exit play mode, actually back to play mode, and if I select the button here, while I'm interacting with it in the game window, you can see which state the button is currently in. In its normal state, we can have animation on that as well. When I move mouse over the button, it enters highlighted state. When I hold down mouse button, we are in pressed state. And when I release mouse button, it is now selected. I press again to enter pressed state. If you want, you can design unique animations for each of these states. Maybe just a simple color change, maybe something more exciting. It's up to you. When I press, we are in pressed state. When I release, it's in a selected state. You can select specific state here in the drop-down and use animation timeline to do something there, like we just did by animating button width and text size, for example. I will do a simple thing here where pressed and selected animation is just the reverse of highlighted or some small variation of it. And I guess the button width and text go back to the original size. I will speed over this. If you want more complex animations, feel free to spend more time on this. I will move on to another thing I want to show you. Remember that if you don't want your animations to loop, you can select the animation files here, and inside the inspector, you untick loop time. Having the Animate window open in play mode while you are interacting with the button inside the game view should make it clear when each of these individual states is triggered and how they follow in a sequence. It might be a good idea to finalize all your animations and make sure you're happy with them before moving on to the next step, because now I will just duplicate the button. This one will be called main menu button. Text will say main menu, move tool, move it down along the y-axis. I also go to Art and expand my Pixel UI image asset. We have this other slightly different button shape. I can select main menu button and I drag this alternative frame into source image field, just to make sure the buttons have some variety. Now I have a simple animation when I hover mouse over the button, when I press the button, and also a little subtle motion when I click off the button. You can do whatever you want with these animations. Get creative or skip button animation completely. It's up to you. I just wanted to show you how to do this. In the same way, you can animate any UI element. You can create something really amazing if you put more time in it. Now I want to attach some logic to the UI to actually make it interactive. I go to UI canvas and find UI controller script we attach to it as a component. By default, Game Over panel will be deactivated, so I untick this checkbox. I will need a reference to that UI panel. It will be a public reference. Variable type is GameObject, and I will call it, for example, Game Over panel. I save changes, back in Unity. I drag GameView back here. I select UI canvas. I find UI controller script component and I drag this deactivated Game Over panel game object into the field we just created down here. Now that I have a reference to this panel, I can activate it and deactivate it whenever I want with code. I can put that logic anywhere I want. I will right click here and create empty. I create an object I call Game Manager. I go to Assets Scripts. I right click and I create new monobehavior script, also called Game Manager. I attach Game Manager script as a component on Game Manager object and I open it. This script will contain all kinds of useful methods and properties that we might need in other scripts. So I want Game Manager to be available to all other scripts in the project, same as we did with Player Controller and UI Controller. I create public static Game Manager instance, and I copy and paste this awake method like we did before. I create a public method called Game Over. When called, first I want to display Game Over panel. I take UI controller.instance, I access its Game Over panel, and I set active to true. It's the same thing like ticking this checkbox. This will make Game Over panel visible. I want to call Game Over method when player gets destroyed. So inside Player Controller script, if player health is less or equal to 0, take Game Manager public instance and call Game Over method we just wrote. I play, I hit enemies. And we get game over. Great. Now I need these buttons to work when I click them. I find restart button here. In the button component, I find on click list and plus. When restart button is clicked, I need to select some method I want to run. That method will sit on game manager object, so I drag it in here. Now we have to write it. Inside game manager script, I create a method I call restart. When called, we want to reload the current active game scene, which is the same thing as restarting the game. We do that by calling Unity Scene Manager. When using that, we need to make sure we are using Unity Engine Scene Management namespace up here. Scene Manager has a built-in method called load scene. We just need to pass it the name of the scene we want to load. I called my scene game. Also, if I go to Assets Scenes, you can see I only have one scene so far, called Game. To restart the game, I simply want to reload this scene. Scene Manager, Load Scene, Game. Save that, restart button here, and inside its on click, we already clicked plus and added Game Manager here. On Game Manager, we will find the restart method we just wrote, like this. When restart button is clicked, take Game Manager and find its public restart method and run it. Playtest. I trigger game over screen. When I click restart, game restarts. Perfect. Maybe I want a small delay after player is destroyed before game over screen is displayed. Maybe there will be some kind of animation when player dies. I will use return type called IEnumerator and custom method called, for example, show game over screen. For this to work, we need to make sure we are using system collections namespace. Inside, I say yield, return, new, wait for seconds, and we want to wait for 1.5 seconds. F means float. And only after that we run this line that displays game over screen. Finally, inside game over, we trigger this countdown by saying start coroutine, and I pass it show game over screen, like this. This is something you will see in Unity often. I will explain this in more detail on a better example later. For now, all you need to understand is that if you want something to happen with a delay, you can put it in a custom method with IEnumerator return type. Then use wait for seconds method to define how long you want to wait before the thing actually happens. And we trigger this countdown by passing this method's name to start coroutine. If you never saw this, the syntax is a bit strange, I know, but you will get used to this. It's kind of a combination of set interval and set timeout in JavaScript, I guess, if you are familiar with that. Playtest, I hit enemy, 2 lives, 1 life. Player is deactivated. 1.5 seconds later, we get game over screen. Awesome, this works. Let's create a pause screen. I start by duplicating the entire game over panel. I rename this to pause panel. I expand this and I delete everything inside except for title. I make the panel visible by ticking this checkbox. Title text will say paused. I duplicate the title, move tool, and I move it down just along the vertical axis. Font size will be between 70 and 30, and the second line will say press escape key to resume. Now I can hide it by unticking this checkbox. I go to UI canvas, and inside UI controller script we attach to it, I create a new variable, public game object pause panel. Save that. Back in Unity, I go to UI canvas, and on UI controller script component, I have this new pause panel field. I will drag pause panel game object in here. Again, I want to control with code if this panel is active or inactive. We will go from game manager script, public void pause, and when this method is called, it will take public static UI controller instance, and from there we will reference pause panel here from line 11. I say if UI controller .instance.pause panel active self is false. If pause panel is currently deactivated, activate it. Set active to true. Else, if the panel is currently active, deactivate it. Set active false. Now we can pause and unpause by calling the same pause method. Now I need some code that will run for every frame of our game, just to check what keys are being pressed on keyboard. We did this for player movement controls before. Inside update method, for every frame, we will check if input.getKeyDown and I pass it keycode escape. If user pressed escape key, call the pause method we just defined. I can also do OR operator, and maybe we want some secondary key that will do the same thing. If user pressed escape or letter P on the keyboard, call pause. Okay, semicolon here, save that. Back in Unity. Now if I press escape, I activate pause panel. If I press it again, it will deactivate the panel. If I press letter P, I pause the game. If I press it again, I unpause the game. Of course, the game is still playing. We will handle that next. I also notice if I get game over, I get both pause and game over screens at the same time. We will have to prevent that from happening. Back to Game Manager script. When I pause game, the simplest thing we can do to stop time is to call time.timescale is equal to 0. When we unpause, I set time.timescale back to 1. Also, we only want pause method to run if game over screen is not showing. If UI controller.instance.gameoverPanel active self is false. This might not be the final solution. Let's see how it works. I save it. And I play. If I pause, the time stops. If I unpause, the time resumes. Perfect. If I get a game over when game over screen is visible, I'm pressing escape, but pause screen will not appear. This is good enough for now. We have a working restart button, but I also created main menu button. Let's create main menu screen, so this button has somewhere to take us. I go to Assets, Scenes. Main menu will be a different game scene. I right-click, Create Scene, Scene. I call it Main Menu. If I double-click it, we enter that new completely empty main menu scene. I have this simple pixelated background. You can download it in the resources section below. I drag and drop it into Assets Art. With pixel background file selected, I set max size to 4096, compression to none, and filter mode point no filter. I want to make sure it stays blocky and pixelated. Pixels per unit 32 probably. Sprite mode single. I click apply, I expand the image and I drag this into the game scene. It's huge. I go back to the image setting and let's try pixels per unit 96. Apply. 128, apply, okay, that's better. I will rename it and I call it background. I will scale it to 0.7 or 0.6. 0.65 is good. I go to prefabs enemies and I will drag and drop enemy 3 into the scene. I delete the shadow, I make it double the size. I will remove enemy script component completely. I just want the animated sprite sheet here in the main menu. I don't want any of the logic attached to the enemy. Notice I'm making changes only to this enemy 3 object instance in the scene, not to my prefab, because we are sharing that prefab across multiple game scenes now. I will add another enemy. I scale it up, remove shadow, remove enemy script component, and inside sprite renderer component, I flip X to make it face the other way. Move tool, and I position it somewhere around here. Again, feel free to play with it and make the animated menu as complex or as simple as you want. You can drag images here, animation, sprite sheets, text, anything you want. Just build it as a game scene. You can make some playable interactive components in the main menu as well if you want. I select background and I go to animation panel. I already have it open here. You can also open it by going to Window, Animation, Animation. With background selected, I click Create. In Assets Animations, I create background.anim. I press Record. I move along the timeline and I set horizontal scale to 0.7, I guess. Then on Animation Timeline, I copy the starting frames and I paste them here. So it goes from scale 0.65 to 0.7 and back to 0.65. 20 samples to slow it down. I play. Okay, this is the right amount of animated chaos for pixel art main menu, I think. Maybe I select the middle frame again. I record, and let's only go up to 0.67. I play. Yeah, this is more subtle. I will go with these values. I right-click and I go to UI and Text Mesh Pro. I will rename it to Title. Notice that Unity automatically created canvas. We know that canvas is huge, and so I select it. And in its canvas component, I set render mode to screen space camera. I drag main camera into the render camera field, and it looks like with these default settings, canvas and text is already visible in game mode. So in this case, I don't have to do anything with sorting layers, plane distance, or clip-in planes to make this work. If you can't see the canvas, set its sorting layer to UI. I select Title. I change font asset to my custom pixel art font. I center it vertically and horizontally. I expand this box. Font size will be 150. The font disappears. Why is that? The text is still here. I set this to 00. It becomes visible again. It's because Unity is randomly assigning order in layer as I'm making changes. Okay, so I have to set sorting layer to UI anyway, which is in front of everything else. This will fix it. Now, when I move it around, it's not disappearing randomly anymore. I set text to pixel, font size 300, and I move it somewhere here. I duplicate the title. It will say Survivors. Font size 150. I right-click and I want to create UI button Text Mesh Pro. What if instead of creating the button from scratch, I save changes to main menu scene, I go to Assets Scenes, I open Game Scene. On UI Canvas, I copy this entire game over panel. I go back to main menu scene and I paste it. That worked. Now I have game over panel here. Notice it will not be visible unless I parent it under canvas. UI elements need to be under canvas to be visible, otherwise Unity will not be able to render it. Now I grab Restart button and I move it outside game over panel under canvas. I do the same thing with main menu button. And now I can delete game over panel, I don't need that. That was a quick way to duplicate restart and main menu buttons. I position my elements around until I'm happy with where everything sits. I rename this to Start button. I right-click, create empty, and I call it Game Manager. I attach Game Manager script we created earlier. I want to run this restart method that loads game scene. So when Start button is clicked, I drag and drop Game Manager here, and I find its restart function. Text on Start button will say New Game. I rename this to Quit button. Text will say Quit. In Game Manager script, I create a new function, public void quit game. In Unity, it's very easy. We just need to call application.quit, like this. Save changes, quit button, on click here. We need Game Manager object, and on it I find quit game function. Now if I play, pressing quit button here in Unity Editor will not do anything, but if you build your game and create a playable version, clicking this will close your application. If I click New Game, Scene Manager will load the game scene. This is going well. If I get hit by enemies and I get Game Over, I want this main menu button to take me to main menu. I exit play mode. In Game Manager script, I create a new function, public void go to main menu. In here, we will do the same thing we did inside restart function. We will use Scene Manager to load scene. This time, we want to load scene we called main menu, like this. In Assets Scenes, I have my game scene and main menu scene. So load scene, main menu. I open game scene again. UI canvas, game over panel, main menu button, on click, plus, I drag game manager over here, and on it I find go to main menu function we just wrote. Playtest. I can pause and unpause by pressing escape key. If I get a game over, I can restart the game, or I can go to main menu. If I click main menu, I get an error. It says main menu couldn't be loaded because it has not been added to the active build profile. One more thing we have to do when we create a new scene. I have to go to File and Build Profiles. This, in all the versions of Unity, was called Build Settings. Here we see our active build module. Currently we are creating Windows application, but we can easily change and switch to any of these other platforms at any point, or we can build our game for all of them if we want. For each individual platform, you have to load and install a special module that can take up to a few gigabytes, so I will only build for Windows for now. I will also create a web build later in the project, and that's how I'm providing you with the final playable browser game as a link in the video description. In Windows Build Profile, we are creating a Windows desktop app. Anyway, we will cover builds later. At this point, all I have to do is to add main menu to the scene list. I click Open Scene List, and one way to do this is to click Add Open Scenes. I close this, I open main menu scene, File, Build Profiles, and up here in Scene List, I click Add Open Scenes. Main menu scene is open, and it has now been added. I will move main menu up top like this. Now if I play game, main menu button should work. I play, quit game button will not work here, but it is working fine if we actually build the game. New game will load the game scene. Escape to pause and unpause. And if I hit enemies to get a game over, I can now click main menu button and it will take me to the main menu. We have a complete simple game interface and menus system. This is something you can build on further if you want, by just repeating the techniques we learned. Well done, click the like if you're getting some value today. I open game scene. Here I expand UI canvas. I right click, UI, text, text mesh pro. I will rename it to timer text. I want it to be up here, so I resize the text box. Text will say 0:00 at first. I will use my pixel art font as usual. Let's do auto size font between 30 and 150. I scroll down here, I center the text horizontally and vertically inside the box. Move tool, I move it somewhere here. Or I can come here to anchor presets, I press Alt to also set position, and I want to align it to top center, like this. Now I want to connect this text to my code so it can actually display the current game time. I will do that from inside UI controller script. I need a reference to that timer text, private tmp_text as a type, and variable name, for example, timer text. For this to work, we need to be using tmpro namespace, which I'm already doing here on line 1. I want this to be visible in Unity Editor, so serialize field here. UI canvas selected, and on its UI controller script component, I drag and drop timer text into this new field here. Okay, so we have a reference to this text. What do we do with it now? Let's handle game time from inside Game Manager script. Public float game time. This will simply accumulate delta time for every animation frame. Every time game updates, add the value of seconds that passed between this frame and the previous frame to the total game time. On UI controller, I create a public method called updateTimer. It will expect a parameter, float. I call, for example, timer. Timer text.text, text component on timer text game object that we are pointing to on line 12, and .text is pointing to this component on it. It's equal to timer that was passed to it as a parameter, but that's a float format, so I have to convert that number to text. .toString, like this, will do it. The reason I put timer text and update timer here inside UI controller script is because we are updating UI, but I'm counting game time in Game Manager script because we might need that in other places as well. Game time is more related to the whole game, not just the UI side of things. But in the end, where I put these variables and functions is my decision. It is not that important. You might want to put all of it into its own separate script maybe. Ultimately, it doesn't matter that much where in our codebase it sits. So I have this public update timer method that expects timer float as a parameter, and every time we call it, it updates timer text that displays in game. I will call it from Game Manager. Every time game updates, for every frame, UI controller.instance.updateTimer, and I pass it game time from line 8. That game time will be reassigned variable name timer here, and it will be the value displayed in timer text game object. Save that, and when I play, you can see the format we get. We just get seconds that passed since the game started. This is not how I want the game time to be displayed. I will adjust it here in update timer. Keep in mind, timer value shows seconds. How many seconds has the game been running for? I want to convert that into minutes:seconds format. Float minute will be the current timer value divided by 60, because 1 minute is 60 seconds, and I round it down to the nearest integer, no decimal points here. The second part of timer will display seconds. Again, we round it down to remove decimal points, and it will be the current timer value in seconds, modulus operator, also called a remainder operator, and 60. Because we are displaying whole minutes that passed here, we want to discard all completed minutes, and the seconds component will only show a value between 0 and 60, and then reset back to 0 to count again. To illustrate how this works, let's say timer is currently 80 seconds, for example. 80 divided by 60 is 1.333, and we round it down, so minute will show 1. 80 modulo 60 is 20, because 80 divided by 60 is 1. The remainder between 60 and 80 is 20, so this will say 20 seconds. So when timer is 80 seconds, as an example, we will see 1 minute 20 seconds. This is a very standard and common way of converting time formats. If you haven't seen remainder operator before, don't worry about it too much. You will get used to it if you need to use it more often. It's used for a lot of different things in games actually, because in many different scenarios you might need to calculate a remainder of something, not only when it comes to time. Finally, we will construct what we want the timer text to display. We want it to display the minute value plus colon in quotes, like this, plus seconds value. Doing this plus thing will convert the whole thing into a string format, into plain text. Save that, back in Unity, and it's doing it, but I want seconds to always show 2 digits. So back in code, we can do this easily by adding toString 00 in quotation marks, like this. And now, if I play, we are showing game time in a format that is easy to read and understand. When I get a game over, I want timer to stop. In Game Manager, I create a public variable. Type is Boolean, so it can be true or false. and I call it gameActive. Start method, when game manager script is loaded or reloaded, which will always happen when the entire game scene is loaded, we set gameActive to true. Only increase game time and actually also only listen to pause keys if gameActive is true. And when game over happens, immediately set gameActive to false. Okay, so gameActive set to true when we start. All this code will only run if gameActive is true. Calling gameOver method from anywhere in our codebase will set gameActive to false. We are currently calling it if the player gets destroyed. I save that, I play. We are counting time, and if player gets destroyed, game time stops counting. Perfect. If I restart, the entire game scene is reloaded and it resets and starts counting again. That works. If I pause, timer pauses as well. If I unpause, timer resumes. Yeah, I think we covered all potential edge cases here. Nice. When enemy collides with a player, we are handling that here inside enemy script file. Right now, collisions will damage player for 1 health and enemy will get destroyed. Instead of hardcoding this value, different enemies might deal different amount of damage, so I turn this into a variable. I give each enemy a property called damage, like this. So when enemy hits the player, it will damage the player based on the value of damage. Back in Unity, I go to prefabs enemies, and now on enemy 1, inside enemy script component, I set damage to 1. On enemy 2, I set damage to, for example, 2. 3 on enemy 3, and 4 on boss enemy. We might change these values later when we are balancing our game. Now, when I play, and I hit an enemy, player still gets damaged. Okay, that works. I want the player to be immune to damage for a second or two after getting hit, to make sure we don't get hit by a crowd of enemies and get an instant game over. In player controller, I create a new variable, private bool is immune. This can be true or false. The next two variables I want to be private but visible in Unity Inspector, so serialize field, private float, immunity duration, and immunity timer. When player gets hit, we set isImmune to true. Immunity timer will be set to the value of immunity duration, and it will start counting down. When timer reaches 0, we set isImmune back to false. When player takes damage, only run this code if isImmune is false. Exclamation mark like this means false. If player got hit and is not immune, we set isImmune to true. And we set immunity timer to immunity duration, which will be something like 1 second. Inside update method, which runs for every frame, if immunity timer is more than 0, we want to keep decreasing it by the value of real time, time.delta time, else, meaning that immunity timer dropped below 0, we set isImmune back to false, and player is ready again to take damage, because here we check if isImmune is false, and we allow this code block to be entered again. Okay, so player takes damage. If player is not immune, we set isImmune to true, and we set timer to duration. We damage the player and do anything else that needs to happen at that point. Timer more than 0, so we are counting down, and once we count down to 0 again, we make player vulnerable to damage again. So we are flipping this between true or false, and this value counts towards this value, basically. Save that, back in Unity, timer will count automatically. It's only visible so we can check if it works. Duration of invincibility will be, for example, 5 seconds. I play. When I get hit, you can see timer counts down from 5 to 0 seconds. Again, I hit enemy, and for the next 5 seconds, as long as the timer is counting down, player is immune, and I can walk through enemies, destroying them without losing health. Now player becomes vulnerable to damage again and I get a game over. Perfect, this works. I exit play mode. I set immunity duration to 1 second. In the actual game, we don't want enemies to get damaged like this by player walking into them. Player will need some weapons. I have many weapon ideas. Each weapon will need kind of a separate system because they will all work completely differently. So for the first weapon, let's do one of the classic ones, like area effect weapon. That creates a damaging zone around the player, and when enemies are inside that zone, they receive damage over time. I will place all my weapons on the player, inside a special weapons container. That means that player is always carrying all the weapons, but in-game only some of them might be activated. If I parent all weapons on the player like this, it means that the weapon moves around as the player moves around, and it makes things easier because most weapons will trigger and attack from player's current position. I create an empty game object called area weapon. I go to Assets, Art, and Create folder. I create a new folder called Weapons. Inside that folder, I drag and drop my area weapon art. You can use your own art or you can download my image in the video description. With the image selected, I set pixels per unit to 32, sprite mode to single, filter mode point no filter, and compression none. Apply. I open this and I drag the single frame into the game scene. Unity creates a game object here. With that object selected, I click here, add sorting layer, plus, and I want a layer for weapons. It will be back here for now. So I take area weapon game object and I set sorting layer to weapons. I rename this to area weapon prefab. This will be kind of a projectile that we create and destroy as the weapon appears and disappears. I set scale to 0.7, 0.7 to start with. It will grow as we level up. Okay. I put this prefab under area weapon parent object like this. I set it to 0, 0, and the parent area weapon object, I will move it slightly up because it's centered around player's feet because of the pivot. Now if I play, area weapon will move around with the player. We have two objects here. This parent area weapon game object will be periodically creating and destroying this prefab. With the prefab object selected, I add component, circle collider 2D, I edit collider geometry, and I make it a little bit larger. I set is trigger to true. This is important. And I also reset offset. In Assets Prefabs, I create a new folder I call Weapons. I drag and drop area weapon prefab into that folder, actually turning it into a prefab at this point by doing that. Now we need some custom logic that will handle how this weapon works. Inside scripts, I create a new folder I call weapons. Inside, I right-click and create new monobehavior script. I will call it area weapon. This script will be attached to the parent area weapon container, not to the prefab. From this script, we will handle creating and destroying the weapon prefab periodically based on the weapon's current level and things like that. Inside area weapon script, I delete start method. I create a private game object type variable referencing this weapon's prefab. The weapon will be growing and shrinking periodically based on the current weapon stats. How long the weapon stays will depend on its spawn counter property. Inside update method that runs for every frame, spawn counter will be counting down in real-time seconds. If spawn counter is less or equal to 0, we set spawn counter back to 5 so that it can count again. And we use instantiate method that we used before, and we know that this method creates a duplicate of game object prefab that we pass to it as the first parameter, in this case weapon prefab from line 6. It will create it at the position of the parent container area weapon game object that this script is attached to, and it will also get the parent's rotation, in this case no rotation. Okay, let's take it step by step, so I save and I play to see what we have so far. Area weapon parent game object, and it's waiting for that weapon prefab. so it can spawn it every 5 seconds. I go to prefabs, weapons, I delete this copy of prefab, and with area weapon parent game object selected here, I drag area weapon prefab into this prefab field we created. I play, I walk around, and a copy of weapon prefab was created here. I wait 5 seconds, and we have another copy here. Player is dropping area weapon on the floor every 5 seconds. It's not what we want for this weapon type, but keep this in mind because we might do a different weapon type that leaves puddles that damage enemies later, maybe. For the area weapon we are creating, we want to make sure the parent game object remains the area weapon manager object that sits on the player. In Unity it's simple. I can pass instantiate method an additional parameter that will define the parent here. From inside here, I will refer to this as transform, which is a bit weird, I know, but just understand that by doing this, the copies of the prefab will now appear nested under the object this area weapon script is attached to. So as you can see, now the weapon prefab travels around as the player moves, and every 5 seconds we are creating one more area weapon prefab clone, and they all layer on top of each other. I'm going to set this value to vector 3, although it shouldn't make any difference. In scripts, weapons, I create a new script I call area weapon prefab. I will attach this script to the prefab itself as a component. Inside this, we will handle things that need to happen on each instance, on each copy of this object. When the object gets created, we will immediately set a timer to destroy it. We can do it by using the usual destroy method. We want to destroy game object attached to this script, so that's the area weapon prefab copy itself, and we can give it a timeout here. We are creating a copy of the weapon every 5 seconds, so this value should be lower. When we create a copy, destroy it after 3 seconds. Okay, so now if I play, area weapon copy gets created every 5 seconds, and after 3 seconds it gets destroyed. We have a downtime of 2 seconds before the next weapon appears. Inside area weapon script that sits on the parent container, maybe I will put this hard-coded value of 5 seconds into a variable. I call it cooldown. This weapon will also have duration of 3 seconds. Every 5 seconds, spawn a new copy of this weapon with 3-second duration. Having these properties in variables like this is important if we want to level up the weapon later and change these values as the weapon improves. I use cooldown here, and I want to use this duration value here. From a different script sitting on a different game object. There are many ways to implement this. One way would be to make the area weapon a public static instance like we did before with player controller and weapon controller. Another way might be to create a public variable of type area weapon called weapon. When this object is created, we set the value of weapon to game object find area weapon, which is the name we gave to this game object in Unity. And from there, we get component area weapon, this script that will store all weapon properties. With this implementation, you have to be a bit more careful. If you rename this object, you will lose that reference. The name here has to match this. So this area weapon script will be storing the current properties of our weapon. That might change as we level up. And from area weapon prefab script that we put on the prefab object itself, we are pointing to this to get these values. So now I want to access this duration values, so I know weapon variable points to this component now. I say weapon.duration. This component in this script, cooldown here, duration here. Pointing from one component to another component that sits on a different game object in Unity can be done in multiple different ways. What we just did is one of them. I play to test it. We get a new weapon every 5 seconds and it lasts for 3 seconds. I can change this value to 1 and we get much shorter duration. Yes, I can see that the values are connected and working. Okay, so we have the basic skeleton of how we want this to work. Area weapon script that will sit on the parent container game object will handle creating copies of the weapon periodically over and over and it will store the current properties of the weapon as well. Area weapon prefab script will sit on each individual prefab as we are creating and destroying them, and it will handle things that need to happen on here. For example, when the prefab gets created, I want it to animate from 0 pixels to its current target size, so we get a smooth growing animation instead of it instantly appearing at full size. When we create a copy of area weapon prefab, in the start method, we set target size to whatever its current full size is. Once we save that value, we will shrink it down instantly, so the scale, called local scale in Unity, will start at 0, 0, 0 when the weapon prefab is created. Inside update method, for every animation frame, we want the weapon to always grow and shrink towards the target size from line 12. I take transform local scale, and it will be equal to vector3.moveTowards. This method expects 3 arguments: current, target, and max distance delta. Move towards method is used to calculate a position between 2 points specified by the current position and the target position, and it will move towards target by a maximum of max distance delta value we put in here. That will be the maximum step per animation frame. Simply said, for every animation frame, move from whatever the current scale is towards the target scale by a small step. That depends on frame rate, making sure that this animates at the same speed on any device, because I'm using delta time here. Current position, target position, size of a single step. If I play, you can see we get a really nice growing animation. That's much better than the weapon instantly appearing already at max size. Okay, now I want it to shrink. I comment this out because instead of destroying the weapon instantly after a timeout, I want the weapon to animate to size 0 first and only then be destroyed. I will handle that logic down here. Shrink when the time is up and only then destroy. I'm going to put weapon duration into a variable. When we create this object and start method runs, I set duration from line 7 to weapon from line 11 dot duration. So it's coming from here. Okay, let's actually rename that to timer here and here. That's a bit closer to what this will do. When we create the weapon, set its timer to the value of weapon duration. As the game runs, for every frame, reduce timer by the actual time that is passing by, delta time. When timer reaches 0, we set target size to 0, and that's all we have to do because line 21 is already running and it will move towards that new target size of 0, shrinking the weapon down. It will be shrinking all 3 components of local scale vector, x, y, and z, so when any of those reached 0, let's say if transform.localscale.x is 0, we know the weapon shrank down, and then we know we can destroy the weapon game object. So we define timer, we set timer to whatever the duration of area weapon is. Duration, cooldown, and other properties on the weapon can change as we level up. We are reducing that timer by delta time, by real seconds. Once it counts down to 0, we set target size to 0. Line 21 will start shrinking it towards that new target size, and once it shrank to 0, we destroy it. Save that and let's test it. I play, weapon is growing, weapon is shrinking, weapon is growing, weapon is shrinking. Maybe we want it to animate faster. Always remember to exit play mode before making any changes. I'm in area weapon prefab and I multiply the step by 5 here. Save that and play. Now it grows and shrinks much faster. I prefer that. I think it's a good time to make the weapon damage enemies. Inside prefab's weapons, I have circle collider 2D component, and if you remember, I checked is trigger to true. This means that it will not push other colliders around, but it will register those collisions and we can write code that reacts to them. On the prefab, we have a script we called area weapon prefab. So let's go back in there. Collision detection function, private void on trigger state 2D. Keep in mind that this will only work because we ticked is trigger here on the collider. If we untick this, we have to use a completely different set of built-in collision detection methods. We will use the other methods for other weapon types. The method takes a parameter of type collider2D called collider. At this point, many things in our game have colliders, but I want to check only for specific colliders. Colliders on enemy objects in this case. I want to say if this weapon collider hits enemy collider, if collider.compareTag built-in method, and that tag is enemy. If I go to prefabs enemies, we gave each enemy a tag called enemy up here, all the way in the beginning. We will be checking for this tag now. And once we have that enemy object, I want to access this custom enemy script component that sits on it. I open that script here. So take the enemy that weapon collided with and get its component, saving it in a temporary helper variable of type enemy called enemy. Then call takeDamage method on that enemy and pass it damage of 1 for now. This method doesn't exist yet, but I will go to the script we are targeting here on line 34. And I create a public void takeDamage method. It will take a parameter of damage, and inside it will reduce the health of the enemy by that damage. Up here, I will define a variable for enemy health. Save that, back in Unity, prefabs enemies, and on enemy 1, I set its health to 10. Enemy 2 will have health 15, enemy 3 will have 20 health, and boss 1 enemy will have 50 health. We might change these values later when we balance the game. Okay, so each enemy has health. When enemy takes damage, health is reduced by that damage. If health of the enemy is less or equal to 0, I cut this code block and I paste it here. Destroy that enemy and create a dust cloud effect. So player running into enemies will no longer damage the enemies. Only hitting them with a weapon will. On trigger stay method is called once per physics update for every collider that is touching the trigger. Trigger events are only sent if one of the colliders also has a rigid body attached, so we need to remember that. Enemies have rigid bodies, so we are good here. We are passing it damage of 1. I want the damage that the weapon deals to be a property, so I define it up here. Public float damage is 1f. F stands for float. Cooldown, duration, and damage can change values as we level up. I need to access this damage value from area weapon prefab script, the same way we are accessing duration here, coming from here. Now I want this damage value, so I say weapon.damage, save that, I play. Let's see if it damages enemies. Yes, enemies get destroyed very fast. If you remember, we gave each enemy 10 lives, but they get destroyed in a second. It's damaging them for 1 health per physics update, and physics update 50 times per second by default. If I give enemies 50 lives, they will last a bit longer. Yeah, so it's working as intended. I want to be able to slow the damage down. Before we do that, I also create another weapon property that can level up. It will be called range. Initially, it will be 0.7. In area weapon prefab script, we use that range value as a multiplier in target size here. So now if I play and I find my area weapon and its properties here, weapon size will be affected by this range multiplier. It's currently 0.7 of the size, 70% of the base size, but what if I set range to 2, double the base size? As we level the weapon up, we will make these values like cooldown, duration, damage, and range change, making the weapon more powerful with each upgrade. Before we finalize the way we deal damage over time with this weapon, let's display some damage numbers flying from enemies, so we can clearly see what's happening. I start by creating a new UI canvas. I will call it damage canvas. I tick this. I guess that's not important. Important thing is to set render mode to world space, because I want the damage numbers we will draw on this canvas to float from enemies and appear in a game world, not just float over it. Setting canvas to world space will make it behave as any other game object in the scene. It requires camera, so I open my managers and I drag main camera in here. If I select damage canvas and press F to focus it, it's huge, as expected. I can change the scale, like this, and now it's out here, so I center it at 0, 0. I scale it down even more, maybe even less than that. Yeah, in my case, this size should be enough. I right-click on my damage canvas, UI, Text Mesh Pro. I move it over this darker area so I can see it better. It's behind the tilemaps, so I select damage canvas and I set its sorting layer to UI for now, to put it up front. Damage number selected and I give it some text. I want this to be our prototype, so I will style it in a way I want all damage numbers to look like, and then I will turn it into a prefab. I center it vertically and horizontally. I give it my custom pixel art font. I leave font size at 36. Inside scripts, utils, I create new monobehavior script. I call it damage number. I attach it to damage number game object and I open it. Inside I call destroy method. It will be destroyed after 1 second. I play. After 1 second, the number is destroyed. That works. I create a new script called damage number controller. I attach it to damage canvas, so damage number controller script manages all the numbers. Damage number object and its script will handle things that need to happen on each individual prefab. In the controller, we first define the prefab we will be duplicating here, every time enemy gets damaged. Public, type damage number, called prefab, for example. Custom method, public void create number, will take a value that should be displayed and location where in the game world it should be. When called, it will instantiate that prefab, like we did many times before in this class. It will place it at the location that we passed as a parameter. It will make it inherit no rotation from the parent game object. And just to keep things organized in the game scene, it will nest it under the game object that this script is attached to. Okay, so we define object to duplicate, its location, its rotation, and its parent. I made this method public, so I have to remember it expects value in float format and location as a vector 3 when I call it. Let's change this text to XX. I go to prefabs and I drag and drop my damage number game object in here, turning it into a prefab. I can delete it from the scene now. Damage canvas and it's a damage number controller script. And I drag this prefab into the field that is expecting it. We have enemy script that sits on all 4 enemy types we created. When enemy takes damage, I want to call this create number method. There are many ways I can access this method from enemy script. I will do the public static technique we used before. Damage number controller instance, like this. I do the usual awake method to check if there is a pre-existing instance. And if so, destroy this. If not, set this as an instance of damage number controller. Now, this public create number method is available from this instance all over our code base. When enemy takes damage up here, I take damage number controller .instance.createNumber. It expects value to display and location in the game world, so I pass it 1. And the location will be position of this enemy that just got damaged. I play the game. I can see enemies are getting hit over and over very fast, and that the damage value showing is XX. Inside prefabs, on damage number, I need to target this text field and set it to the value we need. Inside damage number script that sits on the prefab, I need a reference to its text component, so I create a private variable. Type is tmp text, and I call it damage text. Make sure you are using tmpro namespace here. I give it a method public void setValue, and it expects integer. I call value. I take damage text component .text, so I'm targeting this field here. I set it to the value that was passed as a parameter, and it's an integer, so I convert it to text using toString method. Save that. Back in Unity, on damage number prefab, inside damage number script component, I drag and drop itself here, and it will automatically find the text component this field is looking for, which is this component here. We have setValue method that will override this XX with the incoming damage value. Inside enemy script, we call createNumber. Instead of hard-coded 1, I pass it the damage the enemy received. That damage value will be passed here, and we call it value. I will save this in a variable of type DamageNumber, called DamageNumber, like this. And once we have that instance, that copy of a prefab, I want to call this setValue method on it. So DamageNumber from line 17 dot setValue, and I pass it value. It expects integer, and I'm passing it float. I don't want damage numbers to show with decimal points, so I will use round to int built-in method that will convert floating point number that can potentially have decimal points into an integer. And we pass that to setValue method, which will turn this XX to that value. So when enemy takes damage, we call createNumber method and we pass it that damage. It comes through here, where I'm calling it value. We create a copy of damage number prefab, and then we call its setValue method that passed the damage value along as an integer here, and that will set the value of this field. It will appear, and it will get destroyed after 1 second. I need to test this, so I save and I play. And yes, we are damaging enemies for 1, and we are displaying that. I can also check if it's correctly connected by changing the damage that area weapon deals. For example, if I open player, weapons, area weapon, and on its area weapon script component inside damage field, I set this to 3. I play, and yes, we are drawing damage text with the correct value of 3. I'm still getting this error that says screen position is out of view. Maybe I go to Cinemachine and I set far clip plane to 1000. I don't think this is gonna fix it. I still don't know what's causing this error to appear occasionally. I'll get back to this when I figure it out. I want the numbers to animate to float up. We are still pumping too much damage too fast. Hopefully our computer can handle this. I will slow the damage down right after I do this. Inside the damage number script that sits on the prefab, I create private float called float speed. I can simply make something move up here in the update method that runs for every frame by setting its transform position to += vector3 up, which is a shorthand for vector3 0 1 0. And I include delta time to make sure it moves at the same speed on all devices, times float speed from line 7. So we can control how fast it actually moves. I give float speed some default value here. I play. When I damage enemies, you can see that the numbers are floating up. Okay, exit play mode. Back in my script, I delete this. and inside start method, which runs once at the point when the object is created, I will set float speed to a random range between 0.1 and 1 or 1.5. Random range sits on Unity Engine namespace. Make sure you have that. I play. When I damage enemies, you can see the numbers float up at different speeds, making it look better in my opinion. We have a working damage number system. Now we need to finalize area weapon. Instead of dealing damage 50 times per second, because our collision detection method runs in sync with physics updates, I want to be able to define how often will the damage tick when the enemies are within the range of the weapon. I open area weapon script and area weapon prefab script. I comment this out. I want to change how this works. I want to register enemies that enter and exit area weapon range, and I want to deal damage periodically to the enemies within range. If you remember, we set collider on area weapon prefab. 2 is trigger here. So I can use onTriggerEnter 2D built-in method, and I will also use onTriggerExit 2D, like this. Up here, I define a public list of enemies. We are using list, so I have to make sure I'm using the right namespace up here. I will call this list enemies in range. If object we collide with has a tag of enemy, we have to make sure all our enemy prefabs have been tagged with enemy up here. We take enemies in range and we add that enemy this weapon collided with by saying collider.getComponentEnemy. So all enemies that enter collision area of the weapon will be added to this list we defined on line 9. I copy this, and inside onTriggerExit method, we remove the enemy from the list if they leave the trigger area, if they move outside of the collision zone of the weapon. I will delete this block. We have list of enemies in range that constantly updates if a new enemy enters or leaves. Inside update method, I will now deal damage to all the enemies that are within range. I will have a helper variable called counter up here. Counter will be decreasing by real time that is passing by, time.deltaTime. If counter reaches 0, we reset it back to maximum value. For now, let's say that period is 1 second. Every 1 second, deal damage to all enemies in range. I use a for loop to cycle over all enemies in range. And for each enemy, I call its takeDamage method, and I deal weapon.damage to it, whatever is the current damage that area weapon is dealing. That damage value is coming from here. Okay, so we have a list of enemies in range. When enemies enter and exit collision area of the weapon, we add and remove them from the list accordingly. We have a counter that constantly counts down and resets to the value of 1 second. So every 1 second, we cycle over all enemies in range and we deal damage to them. I save it and I enter play mode. Because we already created floating damage numbers before, we can now easily see every time enemy gets hit by the weapon, and we can see how much damage was dealt to the enemy. Now we have a complete control over how area weapon works. Of course, the numbers in our game might need some tweaking to make this playable. The game is way too difficult now. This value of 1 says damage all enemies in range every 1 second. I want to turn this into one of the weapon's properties, because as we level up, the weapon will be able to deal damage faster. I will call the property, for example, speed. Deal damage every 0.5 seconds. I reference this speed value in the same way I reference damage here, by saying weapon.speed. Inside prefab's enemies, on enemy1 prefab, I set health back to something more reasonable, maybe 5 lives. Enemy 2 will have 10 health, enemy 3 will have 20 health, and boss 1 has 50 health. Okay, that's fine. Now we can use the weapon to damage enemies. We are making a lot of progress with our game. We have a way to destroy enemies. Now, let's make the enemies give us experience so we can improve our weapon and become stronger. I go to player controller and I create a public integer called, for example, experience. I create a public method called getExperience. It will take one parameter of type integer called, for example, experience to get. When called, I add this experience to get to player's total experience count. I open enemy script. When we destroy an enemy, it will give player experience points. Private float experience to give. When we destroy enemy, I want to call this getExperience method. I can access it through this public static player controller instance. So player controller.instance.getExperience, and I pass it experience to give. This method expects an integer, so up here I change float to integer. Now it's okay. Right. So this value will be received here and added to the total experience player has. I go to prefabs, enemies, and on each enemy I use the new field we created to define how much experience will this enemy give when destroyed. Enemy 1 will give 1 experience, enemy 2 will give 2 experience, enemy 3 will give 3 experience points, and boss will give much more, maybe 20 experience points. Player selected, and on its player controller script, I can see we have 0 experience when we start playing the game. Enemy 1 gives 1 experience each, and as I'm destroying enemies, I can see I'm getting experience points. This works. The game is quite difficult to play, so before we finish the experience system, let's give each enemy another property called push time. This value will define how many seconds will the enemy be pushed in the opposite direction after receiving damage. Pushback will help to create a bit more space around the player and control the enemy wave. Inside fixed update, I will handle that pushback here. I will need one more helper property, float push counter. When enemy gets hit, push counter will be set to the pushback value. Inside update method, for every frame, at any point when push counter is over 0 seconds, keep decreasing it by real time, by time.deltaTime. Whenever enemy takes damage, push counter will be set to push time. Push time will be, let's say, 1 or 2 seconds, and since that's more than 0, this line will start running, reducing it slowly back down to 0. Here we check if enemy is moving forward towards the player, if move speed is more than 0. If it is, we set move speed to its opposite and enemy will start moving away from the player in the opposite direction. If push counter drops to be less or equal to 0, inside this block we set move speed to math absolute of move speed. Absolute value is the distance of that value from 0 without considering its sign, plus or minus. This will simply make sure that when push counter counts down, move speed is a positive value again. We disregard the minus if it's there, and enemy is moving towards the player at its usual speed again. Okay, so now I need to define this push time for each enemy. How long after being hit will this enemy move in the opposite direction? In assets prefabs, enemies, I find this new push time field, and enemy 1 will have push time of 0.5 seconds. Enemy 2 will also have 0.5. Enemy 3 is heavier, it will be harder to push it away, so we can only push it for 0.3 seconds. And boss will only be pushed away for 0.1 seconds before it starts moving towards the player again. Okay, so each enemy has a certain push time defined. It also has this helper variable I called push counter. Every time enemy takes damage, push counter is set to the value of push time, let's say to 0.5 seconds. For every frame that our game runs, if push counter on enemy is more than 0, we start slowly counting backwards towards 0, and we make sure the enemy moves away from the player. When the time reaches 0, enemy will start moving towards the player again. I play to test it, and yes, you can see that every time area weapon deals damage, it pushes the enemy back for a little bit. This will make the game easier, helping us to create a bit more personal space around the player. And player now has a little bit more control over what's happening in the game world. I go to weapons and area weapon, and I make the weapon deal damage every 0.3 seconds. And I increase weapon range to 0.9 as the base size. It will deal 1 damage every time it ticks, every 0.3 seconds. If I play with these settings, you can see even better that area weapon now allows the player to push the enemies around. Enemies are physics objects here, so we will not be able to push them around like this if there is a massive crowd of enemies in every direction, so we still have to pay attention to what is happening in the game world. As we defeat enemies, we are gaining experience. It's good to note how much experience we got so far when the boss wave appeared, and consider that in the next step when we create experience level breakpoints. I go inside player controller script. I create a public variable, integer, called current level. It will be the current level of the player, and also max level of the player. Now I need a public list of integers. When using list, I need system collections generic namespace up here. I will call this list player levels. This will be a simple list that will hold a series of numbers, basically. Let's say the first number is 10. Player will need 10 experience to go from level 1 to level 2. The next number is 30. When player gets 30 experience, it will level up from level 2 to level 3, and so on. This list and the series of numbers it contains will create kind of a curve of experience points required for each level up. If I save changes, player selected here, I set max level to 10 for now, and here is player levels list. I will add 3 elements. Player will need 10 experience points to get to level 2, 20 experience to get to level 3, and 30 to get to level 4. We will change these numbers later, probably during a playtest. So now I want to write some simple logic that will look at these existing elements. It will take the last value of 30 and it will create 27 more elements inside player levels list with gradually increasing values. I want to write some code that will automatically calculate and create those remaining player levels for me. Inside player controller, in start method, I create a for loop. It will cycle over each player level until it reaches max level. We set max level to 30. Each time it runs, it will add one more element to player levels list. It will be a simple number, integer. Just to test it, I filled the list with 10 for each player level. Start method on player will run when we start the game and player object is created. And if I select the player and I find its player controller script, I can see that we have 33 elements in player levels list. The first 3 we defined manually, and then 30 elements with a value of 10. I will change the number of elements to 1, and the first value will be 10. Back in my script, I will take this value of 10 and I will apply some simple formula on it. To get this value of 10, I say player levels at index of player levels count minus 1. This will give me the last element here, because count is 1. This list has 1 element, but when I want to retrieve this first value, I need to ask for a value at index of 0. So 1 minus 1 is 0. Let's say that I want every consecutive number we add to the list to be 10% more, so times 1.1 float. Now we are multiplying integer times float. It will not work because we can't add float into player levels. It needs to be an integer, number without decimal point. So after I multiply these values, I convert them back to an integer. I have to be careful about brackets here. So this line of code says, take whatever is the last value we put into this list. There can be more values here, but there must be at least one value at element 0 for this to work. I manually added 10 here, so we're all good. Add 30 more values, each value 10% more than the previous one in the list. I save that. I enter play mode to trigger this code, and we have 30 elements with increasing values. Nice. Now I just have to refine this formula to get the right experience breakpoints for each level up. As you can see, this bit doesn't make sense. 10 experience to get to level 2, and then only 11 to get to level 3. First 3 levels will be 10, 20, and 30. And my formula will go from 30, from that last element. Instead of counting from 0, I want to account for these 3 values I put in here and start from there. I will start the for loop from playerlevels.count. To make sure even the initial levels are more spaced out, I will say increase each level by 10% and also add a 15 to that value. These will even out the beginning of the curve. I play, I pause the game, and down here you can see you need 30 experience to get to level 3, 48 experience to get to level 4, 68 experience to get to level 5, 90 experience to get to level 6, and so on. I think these values are good enough for what we are trying to do here. To get to level 30, we need 2255 experience points. Okay, all these values might be adjusted and changed in the end when we balance our game. Now I want to display player's experience bar. I start by duplicating health slider, because they will look very similar. I rename it to experience slider, and inside I rename this to experience text. Inside fill, I change color to 00255, full blue. In experience text, it will have a placeholder value that says experience. I take experience slider, I click on this anchor presets, and while I hold down Alt key, I can also set position. So I will anchor it to top right of the screen. Position will be -250, -70. Yes, this looks good. Now I go to UI controller script and I want to connect experience slider to my game and display some values. I will copy these 2 lines that handle player health slider, and in a similar way we will handle player experience slider and experience text. Inside UI controller script component, I drag experience slider inside player experience slider field, and I drag experience text into its field here. I duplicate update health slider method. I rename it to update experience slider. I will reference player experience slider from line 10 in these 4 places. I want to display the value of experience that we defined on line 16 inside player controller script. So experience will be displayed as the current slider value. Then we need to access this list of player levels. In Unity Editor, we have it here. Depending on what the current level of the player is, we will be using a different value as maximum experience for that level. So if I access player controller.instance.playerLevels at index 0, I'm setting max value of experience slider to 10. We will get back to this in a minute. Experience text value will display the current player experience, / the maximum player experience for the level the player is currently on. Now I need to make sure I call this method when the game starts and player object is created. I copy this, and I also have to call this method every time player gains experience. First, we update experience value, and then we update the slider with those new values. I save and I play just to see if it works. We start and we have 0 out of 10 experience points. We know that each enemy of this type gives 1 experience point when destroyed. we hard-coded this max value of 10, coming from element 0 in this list here. In code, I hard-coded 0 like this. Instead, I want to pass an index of current level here. Max value of the slider is player levels list at the index of player level. Back in play mode, we see 10 here because that's the value at index 0. If current level changes to, let's say, 2, and I need to trigger slider update by gaining an experience point, so I destroy an enemy. Now you can see we are pulling the max slider value of 30 from element at index 2 in player levels list. Great. Experience slider is connected and working. Maybe one small adjustment. Let's say I want the player to start game at level 1, not at level 0. When I do that, I have to display max value of the slider as player's current level -1 to account for that change here. Because when player is on level 1, experience slider max value will be 10, and that sits at index 0 inside this list. Experience slider is working and it's connected. We know that as soon as we implement level up system and give player the ability to increase its current level, experience slider is ready to work with that. Nice. I go to player, weapons, area weapon, and I open area weapon script that sits on this object. In here, we store properties of this weapon and we manage some logic to periodically spawn it. I go to prefabs, weapons, area weapon prefab, and I open area weapon prefab script. On this script, we handle logic that happens on the prefab itself, such as auto-destroy, growing and shrinking, collision detection, and things like that. As the weapon levels up, I want these properties to improve gradually, making the weapon stronger and more effective at destroying hordes of enemies. I can refer to these properties from here by using just their variable names. To access these from another script, I have to say weapon.property_name, weapon.range, weapon.duration, using the weapon reference from line 14. That is pointing to area weapon script. I go to scripts, weapons, and I create a new monobehavior script. I will call it weapon. The goal here is to have multiple weapon types. Area weapon will be one of them. I can delete all of this. To avoid code duplication, I want all the properties and all the logic that will be needed for all weapon types to be stored on this shared weapon script. Every weapon type in our game will need a variable storing its current weapon level. Now we will need something we did for enemy waves before. We will create a class. I call it weapon stats. It will store a blueprint for what stats should a weapon have for each level. And whenever we add a weapon level, we create an instance of this class. These properties I have on area weapon are the weapon stats that we will need to define for each weapon level separately. I copy this and I paste it in here. So this weapon script is shared for all the weapon types, and area weapon is one of those weapon types. Notice weapon is extending and inheriting from built-in Unity monobehavior class, and I will make area weapon inherit from weapon like this. Doing this means that anything I define on weapon script is basically the same as if I defined it up here inside area weapon. By putting shared properties and methods into weapon script, it allows me to reuse that code for other weapon types later as well, without having to type it in each file separately. Okay, so we have shared weapon properties for all weapon types here, and properties specific only for area weapon are here. We have this weapon stats class. We will use it to create individual weapon levels, and for each level separately, we will define what is weapon's current cooldown, duration, damage, range, and speed. All weapon types will also need that list of levels, so I need to use system collections generic namespace. I will have a list where each element is an instance of this class. I will call it stats. It will make a bit more sense in a minute when you see what I do with it. As I said, all these properties sitting on weapon script are easily accessible as if they were sitting on area weapon script, because area weapon is inheriting from weapon. If I save and go to Unity editor, you can see that because here on area weapon we have weapon level field that I didn't define here on area weapon script, I defined it here on weapon script. I also want to be able to see this list of weapon stats in Unity editor, so I have to say system.serializable here. We did something very similar to this for enemy waves earlier in this class. Now if I save, I have this list of weapon stats, and every time I add an element to this, for each weapon level, Unity will look for weapon stats class, and it will create a set of values following that blueprint, allowing us to define what cooldown, duration, damage, range, and speed will area weapon have on level 1. So the weakest version of area weapon, when it's level 1, will spawn every 5 seconds. It will last for 3 seconds. It will deal 1 damage. It will be 70% of its base size. And it will deal damage every 0.5 seconds. So we see stats list declared on line 7, and every time I click plus and add a new element into that list, weapon class from line 11 will be used as a blueprint to create those fields, like this. As you can see, it duplicated the values of the previous level. These values here we used before are visible here in the editor. We don't need them anymore, so I delete this. But now I have a problem with cooldown. I need to point that variable to this field, sitting inside stats list. Area weapon is extending weapon, so I can treat properties sitting on the weapon script as if they were defined here in area weapon script itself. I can simply say stats at index 0.cooldown, which would point me to this value inside element 0. Index 1 would point me to this cooldown value here. Our goal is that each block of these stats will represent one weapon level. This is base level 0, this is weapon level 1, and we will add more levels soon. So I want to be pulling cooldown value at index of the current weapon level. If weapon is level 0, we get value from here. If weapon level is increased to 1, we use that as an index, and we will be accessing cooldown value from here. If I go to Unity now, I will get a bunch of errors, but it's easy to fix. We just need to go to area weapon prefab script, and from here we are also pointing to those weapon properties: range, duration, and so on. So how do I access this range value or this duration value? Basically in the same way I'm doing it here, but instead of pointing to range variable, I first have to point to stats list at a specific index, and from there I take range. And we know that index is the current weapon level, which I can access from this file, like this, weapon.weapon level. If the current weapon level is 0, we are accessing this range value. If weapon level increases to 1, we will be accessing this other value, and we will adjust these values to make sure they change as we level up. Now I do the same for duration, and I think I have some more here. Yes, down here we are also accessing weapon speed, and also the current weapon damage. Nice. So every weapon type will share these properties. Every weapon will have its own level, and a list of weapon stats. One of those weapon types is this area weapon. We access the stats from here, like this, and we access a different version of the stat, depending on the current weapon level. This script that sits on a prefab also needs access to those same weapon stats, and here we do it by first pointing to area weapon script on line 14, and then using that reference, like this. Now, if I save and reload, Unity errors should be gone, and I can add one more level to area weapon. When weapon goes from level 0 to level 1, we increase range from 0.7 to 1.2. At weapon level 2, range will be 2, double of the base weapon size. I'm doing range because it's easily visible, and we can now test it. So if I play, weapon level is 0, and the range is 0.7. If I set weapon level to 1, we will start accessing range from here, which is set to 1.2, and area weapon is now much larger. And if I set weapon level to 2, we are pulling range from here. Our weapon is now covering a massive area. Okay, that works. We have a leveling system for our weapon. Weapon at level 1 will deal 2 damage, level 2 will deal 3 damage. Now I need a way for player to level up. And the idea is that every time player levels up, we choose from some permanent player stat upgrades, or we add one more level to a weapon of choice. We have only one weapon right now, so it will be simple. I go to enemies prefabs, and on enemy 1, just for testing, I set experience to give to, let's say, 6. I enter play mode. Now, if I destroy enemies and gain experience, we get stuck at 10 experience points here on the slider. What I want to do here is that when we fill experience slider, I want it to reset back to 0, give player an additional level, and create a level up screen where the user can choose from multiple different upgrades. Let's go here on the player and I open player controller script. I create a new method called level up. When we level up, I want to reset the experience bar back to 0 so that we can count again towards the next level. But what if there's some leftover experience? It's better to account for that. So instead of resetting it to 0 and losing that leftover experience, we just take whatever the current experience we have and we subtract. We reduce it by the value of experience needed to level up, like this. We do -1 because indexes start from 0 and player starts at level 1. Let's say I have 6 experience points and I'm at level 1. Each enemy I destroy gives me 6 experience, so I destroy one more enemy and my total experience is now 12. To level up, I need only 10 experience points here, so I take the total of 12 that I have minus 10 and I have 2 experience points left. So now I'm level 2 and I already have 2 experience points from the previous level. When we level up, we increase the current level of the player, not of the weapon. We are now leveling up the player, keep that in mind. We increase player level, defined, up on line 17 by 1. When this happens, we want to also update experience slider. So I open UI controller and I want to run this method from line 30. I actually have it here, so I can just copy and paste it here. Inside getExperience method, I want to trigger that level up method if player reached the required experience points. I say, if experience is more or equal to, let me go to player controller so we can see it in Unity Inspector. If the current experience is more than whatever is the experience point requirement based on player's level, we call level up method. So as we call getExperience, we basically check player is on level 1. Experience requirement for that level is current level -1, which is the value of 10. Do we have more or equal experience than 10? If we do, we call level up, where we reset experience at 1 player level and update experience slider. If the course is starting to become a bit more difficult to follow at this point, don't worry about it too much. For beginners, the biggest challenge might be to keep track of where the values are coming from and what they are doing. It's normal as the codebase grows bigger, but it's something you get used to faster than you think if you build projects like this more often, so don't worry. I save changes in all my script files and I play the game. I destroy one enemy and I get 6 experience points. I destroy another enemy and I get another 6 points, so I pause the game. Experience bar correctly shows 2 experience remaining from the previous level, and max value of the slider is now 20 coming from here, because player's current level increased to 2. we have a working leveling system with all the basics it needs. If you are a complete beginner and you manage to get all the way here, you are doing a great job, well done. If you follow other tutorials, you will see much more advanced code structures that handle player leveling, but with this course I wanted to make sure we explain and implement all the fundamental parts of a 2D game using the most basic implementations. The way I like to learn is to do the simplest solution first to understand the main idea, and once I get the full picture, and only when I really understand how it all connects together, I like to dig deep into each individual system. What we are building today is Modular. You can return to this codebase later and refactor this into a more advanced design pattern. I set damage of base area weapon to 5, just for testing, and I increase player max health to 10. As I level up and the current level increases, you can see the experience bar correctly handles experience level breakpoints and always displays the correct values. We have a fully working leveling system for player and also one for our weapon. We will add more levels to area weapon, but before we do that, let's create a level up screen. On UI canvas game object, I find pause panel and I duplicate it. I rename the copy to level up panel. Title will say level up. And the second title will say choose an upgrade. I right-click Level Up panel, UI button, Text Mesh Pro. I want to create some button with text on it. I will call it Level Up button. I will make it much larger, let's say 400 times 500. Okay, maybe 300 times 400 is better. I go to Assets Art and I find my Pixel UI. With Level Up button selected, I drag Pixel UI 1 image into source image field here. I rename this text to name text and I move it up like this. I go to my fonts folders. I can actually select my font like this as well, it's easier. Color is white. Font size is 40. I move this. The text will say weapon name. I make sure the field doesn't overlap because white text on white border would not be readable. Okay, that's fine. I duplicate this. I move the copy down here. I rename it to description text. Default value will say weapon description. Font size is 30. I make this field smaller. Right-click Level Up button again, and we need one more element, this time UI image. I will call it weapon icon. Width and height will be 200 times 200, or 180 times 180. I go to Assets Art, and I drag and drop my area weapon icon. You can download it in the video description, or you can use your own image as usual. I set compression to none, filter to point no filter, pixels per unit 32, sprite mode single, and apply. Actually, at first, I will use this cross in Pixel UI as source image on weapon icon game object. I will handle the logic inside UI controller script. First, we need a variable pointing to that new level up panel. Save that, back in Unity, UI canvas selected, and on its UI controller component, I drag level up panel into the field we created. By default, level up panel will be disabled. Inside UI controller script, I write a new method I call level up panel open. When we call it, it will take level up panel and set active to true. We also stop time by setting time.timescale to 0. I copy this. I will call it level up panel close. I set active to false and timescale will be 1, like this. Now I have these two public methods, and I can call them from UI controller instance we defined on line 7. So inside player controller, when player levels up, we call level up panel open method here. I test it, I play the game, and I destroy enemies. I get a level up and game time stopped. Perfect. So what do we do with it now? I need this level up button to populate with values of weapons we want to upgrade. Let's start with that. Inside scripts, utils, I create monobehavior script called level up button. I will attach this script as a component to level up button game object. In the script, I create a public method I call activate button. Button will also have TMP text variable for weapon name, and another one for weapon description. It will also have image type variable for weapon icon. Image type needs Unity Engine UI namespace. So far, we created only one weapon type, area weapon, but the idea is that our game will have multiple weapon types and each level up button will be associated with a different weapon. Each level up button will have its own assigned weapon. When called, pass it the weapon we want this button to be associated with. Inside, we set weapon name text to the name of the weapon. So I'm passing this thing here, which will be, for example, this area weapon, and its name property is whatever we call it here. That same value will appear as weapon name on a level up button. Weapon description text will be working differently. I comment this out. Basically, each level of the weapon will have its own description, telling us what benefit we get when we upgrade the weapon to that next level. To add the field here, I go to weapon script, and inside weapon stats class, I create a public string called description. Save that, and now we have these new description fields here. They will say something like damage +1, next level is range +1, and this will be the final upgrade. So on level up button, we want to access weapon stats here at an index of the current weapon level dot description, like this. So weapon description is different for each weapon level. Weapon icon, the image we will show on level up button, could also be different for every weapon level, but to keep this simple, I will just have one image per weapon type. Each weapon type will have a public sprite I call weapon image. Save that, and on area weapon, I see that field down here. I go to art folder and I drag area weapon icon image in here. You can use your own image if you want. And here I set weapon icon dot sprite to weapon dot weapon image. On UI controller, we need a reference to that level up button game object we created. And actually, there will be more than one, so we will hold them in an array like this. I will call it level up buttons. In Unity, I can see it here. If I click plus, we get a field that is waiting for a level up button, so I drag and drop this one here. We will have more level up buttons in this array, but so far there is only one. Inside player controller, I say UI controller.instance dot this public level up buttons array at index of 0, which is this one and only button we have here. And from it, I call activate button method. We defined that method here, and we know it expects weapon as a parameter, so it can associate all its fields with it. So I need a reference to the currently active weapon. Up here, I will create a private field, type weapon, called active weapon. For now, player will only have one active weapon, and we will pass that active weapon here to the level up button. We know that this method will take the weapon and display its name, description, and icon. I save changes to all my scripts, and back in Unity I don't see that new active weapon field, so I go back to player controller and let's make it visible in Unity editor. For now, it's all easy and simple. We have only one weapon, so I drag area weapon in here. I will also disable level up panel by unticking this checkbox. If I play and I level up, I get an error. I go here. I guess we are accessing this active weapon from another script, but currently it's set to default private, so I will set it as public instead. I also forgot to go to level up button, and I have to drag name text into weapon name field here, description text into weapon description field, and weapon icon here, so that the button has references to the fields it needs. Back to play mode. And when I level up button correctly slots in weapon name, weapon description, and weapon icon into its 3 fields. Perfect. So now I want to be able to click it and add a level to my area weapon. With area weapon selected here, you can see we defined 3 levels for it. And my scripts will pull values from there depending on the current weapon level value. So when I click level up button, I want to run select upgrade method. Okay, how do I handle this? On the shared weapon script, each weapon type will have its own public level up method. When called, it will increase weapon level by 1. So we see the levels here. On level up button, I will have a private weapon type variable called assigned weapon. When we activate the button, we will set weapon that was passed to activate button as the weapon assigned to this button. Select upgrade method will run, and it will take that weapon that was assigned to this button, and it will call its level up method, which will increase weapon level of that weapon by 1. When we click it, we also want to close level up panel and set timescale back to 1. Logic we already defined in level up panel close method. So I call it here from UI controller instance. Save that, and in Unity editor, I select level up button. I find its on click and I click plus. I drag level up button game object into this field, and when clicked, we want to call its select upgrade function we just defined. I select area weapon here so we can see the weapon levels. This part was a little bit more advanced because we are passing so many values between scripts. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments. When I level up, you can see that the button correctly updates and it's taking description value from the field inside element 0 in stats list. I click it and weapon level increases to 1. Panel closes and game resumes. Area weapon now covers larger area. I level up again, and when I click this, weapon level is now 2. Weapon is dealing 3 damage, and it's now double of its base size. I reach next level very fast, but if I click the button again, I get an error saying argument out of range because we increased weapon level to 3, but there is no element at index 3 in stats list anymore. I can do a quick fix that says only increase weapon level by 1 if weapon level is less than stats.count minus 1. When we reach the last block of stats we defined, weapon level will no longer be able to increase. When we have more weapons, we will also remove the tile with that weapon from this list, but we will do that later. On area weapon, let's reassign the stats for each weapon level. Let's set this back to 1. Base area weapon will deal 1 damage per tick. Now I want to create 10 weapon levels and redistribute the stats to make the weapon slowly become more and more powerful. I click plus and we get a new block of stats for a weapon going from level 0 to level 1. Damage here will be 2. Description for the next level will say increased range. Plus, to create a new block for level 2, I increase range from 0.7 to 1. Description will say faster damage. Plus, and when we level up, we will make the weapon deal damage faster by decreasing its speed value here. Deal damage every 0.4 seconds. For the next upgrade, we will do increased range. Plus, to create that block, and I increase range from 1 to 1.2. Next level 5 will be damage plus 1. Plus, to get the new block, and I increase damage per tick from 2 to 3. Description will say reduce cooldown. Plus, to add a block, and we reduce cooldown from 5 to 4 seconds. Description will be increased range. Plus, and I increase range from 1.2 to 1.4. Description is faster damage. Plus, in the new set of fields, speed will go down to 0.3. Our weapon is now dealing 3 damage to all enemies in range every 0.3 seconds. I click plus, and actually I forgot to type in description, so inside element 8 I say increased range, and here in element 9 range will be 1.6. Damage plus 1, plus, and in element 10 block I increase damage from 3 to 4. Here I just say final for now, so we know we reached the last weapon level. You can keep going and make the weapon stronger if you want. These values might still change later when we are doing game balance. In assets, prefabs, enemies, enemy 1 has this stat breakdown. I made sure it gives only 1 experience here, so that I can test my game. This is the stats breakdown I'm using for enemy 2 right now, if you want to set these to the same values in your project. These are my enemy 3 stats, and these are stats for boss 1. Under managers in enemy spawner, the first 3 waves will spawn 30 enemies every 1 second. Inside enemy spawner script, I say, as long as spawn interval is more than 0.15 seconds, decrease spawn interval by 20% for the next set of waves. Every time they repeat again from wave 1, they will come 20% faster. And for the very first wave, I will make enemy 1 spawn a bit faster, every 0.9 seconds. I will play the game with these stats and let's see if it's even possible to survive before we manage to power up our weapon. I'm destroying enemies and getting 1 experience point for each one. Okay, the pushback is really helping me here. I need to get 10 experience points to level up. Level up screen, and I can see the next upgrade will give me plus 1 damage. Now, instead of 1, I'm dealing 2 damage per tick. I set enemy speed quite high, these are some fast enemies. We are on the second wave of enemies already. I should be more careful and not let them surround me like this. I need to get 20 experience points. I level up, and this upgrade will allow me to increase the range of area weapon. Range will only take effect when the old version of the weapon shrinks and the new one appears. Now the area is much bigger. I get the next level up screen and the description is telling me that my weapon will be dealing damage faster. This makes the game easier, because every time weapon deals damage, it also pushes enemies away. Now I can control the space around the player a little bit easier. If you want, you can keep playing. I will just move on. We have a few more fun things to implement here. When I play, I press Escape or P key to pause the game. I want to have a button here to go to main menu. I exit play mode, UI canvas, pause panel, and I enable it by ticking this checkbox. I right click, UI, button, text mesh pro. I will call it main menu button. The thing about the pause screen is that the game is stopped, so button animations will not play. There are many ways to handle that, but let's keep it simple for now and make this button non-animated. I make it larger, 400 times 100 pixels. I move these elements around. Okay, this is good. I go to Assets, Art. I select my button here and I drag Pixel UI 3 frame into source image field here. Now we have this pixelated border. Text will say go to main menu. I use my custom font. Make it white. Font size 45. I find onClick and plus to add an event. I drag Game Manager object in here. It has Game Manager script attached to it. And earlier we defined a method there called go to main menu. So I want to run it when clicked, like this. I hide pause panel. I play to test it. If I press escape to pause the game, I can now go back to main menu. I click it and I'm in main menu, but as you can see, timescale is still set to 0, so there are no animations. We can fix that easily inside Game Manager script. When we go to main menu, we set time.timescale to 1, like this. If I save and play, escape to pause, click the button and we are in main menu. New game and we play again. Perfect. Now we will have to do one of the most important things to give our game some atmosphere. Let me show you how easy it is to implement game music. You can use any audio files you want. I really like this nostalgia music pack. I will link it in the video description if you want to check it out. It has a bunch of great retro tracks. It's also free, so I can just click download now here. I can pay the author some money as a thank you, or I can say no thanks, just take me to the downloads. Inside assets, I create a new folder I call audio. For my project, I will put 2 of the tracks here, Link Cable and Saturday Morning Cartoons. I will take Link Cable and I will simply drag and drop it in here. Unity will automatically create a game object for it with audio source component. Here I can tick loop. I right-click in the empty space here and create empty. I rename this game object to audio controller. I put my background music track inside to keep this area clean and organized. I take a game manager and damage canvas and I put it here under manager's game object. That's better. I go to scenes. I save changes to my current scene and I open main menu scene. I drag and drop Saturday Morning Cartoons audio here. Again, Unity will automatically create a game object with this audio set as a resource inside its audio source component. I set it to loop. Now if I play, I get some errors, but the game is working and background music is playing. I start a new game and we get music there as well. Back to main menu. Okay, let's deal with these errors. If I double click it, it's telling me that in main menu scene, I'm reusing this game manager object from the game scene, which means its update method is running for every frame, and things like UI controller that I'm referencing here are actually not available in main menu scene. So instead of reusing the same game manager script, I can create a separate small main menu script. I rename this to menu manager. I remove game manager component. We were using this game manager to handle new game and quit button logic. In scripts utils, I create a new monobehavior script. I will call it menu manager and I will attach it to menu manager game object. Inside menu manager script, I just copy restart method from game manager and I paste it in here. Let's rename it to new game. I will also need Unity Engine scene management namespace here. I also want to copy this quit game method and I paste it in here. Okay, save that, and in Unity, I misspelled this. This should be called menu manager. On start button, inside onClick, I drag menu manager game object, and I want to call its new game function. On quit button, onClick, I also drag menu manager, and I want to run a quit game function. Now, when I play, we get background music and no errors. This is the most basic and simple implementation of background music. Basically, we just drop the sound file into the scene and set it to loop. Whenever I switch scenes, audio file starts to play from the beginning, which is exactly what we want in this case. I save changes to my scene and I go back to the game scene. Now that we know how to implement background music for our game, let's also add a set of in-game sound effects. I will use this RPG Essential Sound Effects pack. It's free. Again, I will link it in the video description. It contains a bundle of 48 retro sounds, which is more than enough for what we need today. You can use your own sound files here if you prefer. I download the whole pack. If you are using the same audio files, they are numbered, so you can see which ones I'm using here. I will grab these 7 files to start with, and I will add more later when they are needed. I select all of them. And to use them in-game, I need to drag and drop them in here. That prompts Unity to create game object with audio source component for each one. On all of these files, I untick this Play on Awake checkbox. I want these sounds to play, but only when certain events happen in-game, not when the game first loads. I put all of them under Audio Controller. In Assets Scripts, I create a new monobehavior script. I will call it Audio Controller. In here, we will handle logic to play all these sound effects. I will turn it into a singleton here. Public static instance, make an audio controller available from other scripts. We have done this multiple times in this course. To define a sound, I create a public variable. Type is audio source, and I call it pause. I will also create one for unpause. I create a public method called playSound. It will take one parameter, the sound we want to play, type audio source, and I call it sound, for example. Some of these sounds will be prompted to play very fast. For example, we will play the same sound every time we destroy an enemy, and what can happen is that we want the same sound to play even before the other version of the same sound finished playing. So I need to make sure I rewind it to the beginning every time. I will do that using built-in stop function. Stop function stops the audio clip from playing, and it will play from the beginning next time we play it. And only then we play the clip like this. That's all we need, so let's test this. Inside Game Manager script, here, when we pause the game, I take audio controller.instance.playSound, and I pass it some sound I want to play. I will be storing my sounds up here in these variables, so the audio I want to play, in this case, is audio controller.instance.pause. I copy this, and we unpause. I play unpause sound, like this. Save that, and in Unity I just need to add audio controller script as a component on audio controller game object. It has fields for the audio source files, so I drag pause here and unpause here. Notice that I'm using the game objects Unity created for these files, not the audio files themselves that sit inside my audio folder. I play, escape key to pause, and unpause. And we are playing sound effects. Awesome. Okay, what other files I have here? Let's do a sound for when we destroy an enemy. This sound will play a lot as we destroy hordes of enemies, and one way to make sure it sounds a little bit different each time it plays, I can copy this method and rename it to play modified sound. Everything will be the same, but before I play the sound, I set pitch to a random value between 0.7 and 1.3. Now, if I destroy, let's say, 5 enemies in a row quickly, the same audio file will make a slightly different sound each time. Okay, save that. I open enemy script. Here, if enemy takes damage and has health less or equal to 0, we destroy the enemy game object and we call play modified sound enemy die, like this. So we randomize pitch of this sound. Save that. On audio controller, I will use impact flash sound as enemy die. We could also change this sound depending on enemy type or weapon type, but let's keep it simple for now. When I destroy an enemy, sound plays. If you listen closely, you should see the change in pitch when multiple impact sounds play in a close sequence. Now we know how all of this works, so let's create a variable for select upgrade sound when we level up. I also want some kind of a swoosh effect for area weapon spawn, and some other sound effect for area weapon despawn. If you are using the same audio effects pack, you can see which sounds from there I'm choosing, because these files are numbered. Inside area weapon prefab script, I copy this line so I don't have to type all of that again, and I want to play sound area weapon spawn like this. And area weapon despawn will be played here. Save that and play. I get the right sound when area weapon spawns and grows. When the weapon shrinks, I can hear the sound is broken. It's a bit hard to hear when background music is playing at the same time, but yeah. I exit play mode, I go to Window Audio Mixer. I want to be able to control the volume of background music and sound effects independently. So inside Audio Mixer, I press plus and I create a master. Up here, I create a new group I call Music. Again, with master selected, plus and new group will be called Effects. Now I take my background music game object and under output, I select audio mixer group I called Music. Now I select all my sound effects, and for all of them, I set audio mixer group to Effects. I save all changes and I go to main menu scene. I can use the same audio mixer across scenes. So on the background music game object here, I select audio mixer group Music, like this. Save all changes, back to game scene, and now I can just put the background music volume down independently. And now I can clearly hear that area weapon despawn sound effect has something wrong with it. The sound keeps resetting over and over instead of playing properly. I will add a different sound file from the pack called /. On the game object Unity created, I can disable play on awake, and I set audio mixer group to Effects. I parent it under audio controller with the other sounds. I will use it as area weapon despawn sound instead. I play, and it's still wrong, but with this sound it's not as obvious. I play the sound file just to compare what it should sound like. I add one more audio file called byte. I drop it into the scene, disable play on awake, and set audio mixer group to Effects. Let's use that for area weapon despawn. By the way, I know what's wrong with the sound, and we will fix it in the script, but we will need all of these extra sound files anyway for different game events. I look inside my script to area weapon in code when I'm calling that sound to play. Timer reaches 0, and I'm calling this area weapon despawn over and over for each frame as the weapon is shrinking. So it's just resetting over and over. We need to make sure we play these sounds from somewhere in code that just runs once to avoid this issue. So I will only play this sound once the weapon has shrunk down to 0 and just after it's been destroyed. I play, weapon spawns, and weapon despawns. Now the sound plays correctly. This is good enough for me. So we have a sound for area weapon growing and shrinking, for when enemy gets destroyed, and for pausing and unpausing game. Background music is now very low, so I can't even hear it. In Audio Mixer, let's set music to something like this for now. Inside Level Up button script, when select upgrade method is called, I call play sound method, and the sound I want to play is this select upgrade. So I put it here like this. The jump sound I'm using here is too quiet. I take by cell sound effect, drag it in here, untick play on awake, mixer group set to effects, put it under audio controller, and select upgrade sound will be buy and sell. I play until I get a level up. When I select upgrade, I get a nice buy and sell sound. Okay, this is good. Moving on. Another sound will be for game over. I go to game manager, I copy this. I don't want to call it inside game over method, but only after the small timeout and when game over screen actually appears. The sound I want to play is game over. Save that. I play. Fast forward. I just let the player get hit by enemies and we get a game over sound. Maybe at this point you want to create a playable version of your game just to test it properly. Let's turn it into a proper Windows desktop app. I save changes to everything and I go to File, Build Profiles. You can see I have this active flag next to Windows, but I can build for any of these platforms. For example, if I want to do a web build, I go here. I would have to install a module. It's easy, you can just click this and follow the steps. When creating any build, make sure all your scenes are here in the scene list. We have 2 scenes in this game, main menu and the game itself. One thing I haven't done yet in this project is to make the UI scalable, so if you build it for the web, at this point it will not look right. If you want to build a web version right now, go to UI Canvas first and inside its Canvas scaler component, change UI scale mode from constant pixel size to scale with screen size. There is a link to Unity Play and my playable demo of this game, but finalized, in the video description. It's very simple to publish on Unity Play. You simply take the output Unity gives you when you build for web, you package that into a zip file and you drag and drop it into Unity Play website. And that's all you need to do to have a playable web version of your game with a link you can share with anyone. Anyway, let me know what features you want me to implement next and how should we finalize this project. Probably we should add more weapons. If you want to go deeper on all of the systems we built today, I recommend these 2 Udemy classes, links in the video description. This one focuses on mobile and it will teach you, for example, how you can easily add touch controls to your games and publish and test on mobile phones. This other class goes more in depth on many things, for example, how to make enemies drop experience crystals that the player can pick up. Well done if you managed to get this far. If you want, let me know in the comments. I will respond to every comment that's telling me you completed this class all the way to this point. I hope you feel more confident and comfortable to build your own 2D games. If you need a bit more help, join me in another class. I'll see you there.